Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot and a PMDG 777 beta tester. Welcome to another live stream featuring the 777-300ER. Today we're going from Frankfurt to San Francisco as United Flight 59, which is real-world service operated with this aircraft on this route. Now I'm going to take you through the entire experience today. That means we're going to start with our flight planning and sim brief, and when that is done we will move on to going ahead and checking out the entire flight. So let's go ahead and start with our flight preparation today then, and we are going to get the basic information out of sim brief today. Well, out of flight radar of course, and we're going to use it in sim brief. So we've got our general flight setup over here, so United 59, Frankfurt to San Francisco, and the scheduled times are available over here as well, 11:35 till 2300. So that is the basics we're going to use. So let's go into SimBrief and start planning our flight with that. So we figured already that we are going to be United 59 from Frankfurt to San Francisco. And our aircraft is the 77 Whiskey, of course. Takes SimBrief a little while to load that stuff up. We will definitely review that standard routing here, but first PMDG configuration for the airplane, and then we can start with a couple of basics. So, well, just to interrupt that for a second here, interesting question from someone in the chat, and that's from WTIF. Hello, are pilots allowed to watch the Euro final today when flying? Well, no, but you are not allowed to use the onboard internet, of course, but at least my airline has a live ticker for that, so we could watch it while we are flying. Alright, couple of questions from some guys as to when the aircraft is going to be released on Marketplace or Xbox. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. They're actively working on doing the most important patches, and when those are done, then the airplane will be submitted for Marketplace release. Okay, so let's continue with our flight planning then. So the next thing we need is our aircraft registration, and I downloaded the livery from J Aviation, the 2142. So that's going to be the registration we will use today. So that's going to be November 2142 uniform, I guess. Cost index, well, we could go ahead and Google that. I did prior to the flight, and it's going to be cost index 80. We'll use the Lido layout and leave the units on kilogram just for the planning. Once the planning is done, we are going to go ahead and switch this one over to pounds, since obviously the flight is actually conducted in pounds. So 11:35 is our scheduled departure, till 2300 our scheduled arrival. That means a flight time of, that's 11 hours and 25 minutes. So let's go ahead, scheduled time 11 and 25. At the same time we can also go ahead and select our off-block time over here. So let me just confirm that. It's 11:35, so off block at 11 and 35, like this. Yeah, well, no, you don't need to. We'll do all that good stuff manually here. Okay, so then let's go ahead and do all the details. So in terms of passengers, 350 is the capacity of the plane, and I know that these flights are really full, so we'll take 350 passengers over here. And for the cargo, the 777 is really a cargo hauler, even in the passenger version. So let's just take some 15 tons of cargo over here. 25 center is correct, 28 left should be correct as well. We can, however, have a quick look. So VATSIM ATIS tells us, what's that? 25 left right and 25 left right. Okay, so he has not actually... Oh, here's the departure ATIS. Okay, so 25 center and 18, and for us it's going to be 25 center, we know that much. Arrival 28, let's see about that. So the forecast gives us wind from westerly directions all over. A couple of gusts over there, nothing significant, but 28 certainly sounds like a good arrival ATIS then. And in real world, they're using ILS 28 right, landing runways 28 left and 28 right. Okay, well then let's go ahead and select 28 right. And now comes the actually important question. So this is our SimBrief flight plan. Let's go ahead and hit calculate and compare. Now it's doing some initial flight calculations here, and that is our basic SimBrief plan. You can see the airtime is already longer than our scheduled block time. That's not good. So let's now go ahead and try all those real-world routes that we have provided down here. And we're just going to hit calculate and compare for every single one of them to see which one provides the best results. So that's already 35 minutes less than the standard SimBrief route. Certainly worth checking. We'll do the same on all the others just to be sure that we actually get the most important data there. And Adrian85, is it going to be normal or time acceleration? Oh, it's definitely going to be time acceleration, my friend. But that actually means that we'll be able to go over everything important as the flight goes on. So I can take you through the entire ETOPS segment and basically everything that matters there in a good and reasonable amount of time. Okay, so that's the last route. Once we've compared all of those, we can pick the one that provides us with the best flight time. And looking at this, well, -41 is actually the last route. So this is the one that we're actually going to take. That's just a little trick there that you can use to make your planning a little bit more efficient on long-haul routes if you have got several different suggested routes available. Okay, so fuel planning, I'm not too familiar with FAA ops, so we'll just take EASA ops over here in order to use those fuel planning rules that I'm familiar with. Okay, then let's go ahead and check our alternates. So KMER, that doesn't really sound like anything I would be familiar with. Let's just go over to the SimBrief version over here. So looking into the forecast weather for San Francisco, if San Francisco is closed for whatever reason, we'll just go to Oakland. That should be the by far easiest option, shouldn't it? So KOAK, gonna take that one. Here we go. Maybe we can see, if we just go to Edigla for a moment, maybe we can see what they've been using last time they flew the flight. So down here they found San Jose, KSJC. Okay, well, if they use that one, then we will do so as well. So SJC. Again, that's another little trick you can use to get the most realistic alternate airports. And Nathaniel, exactly, you got it down in the comments. Okay, so apart from that, let's go over the alternate airport planning then. So 4 airports. That one's first. I certainly want to have data for Oakland as well. So we'll just calculate that one as well. Okay. So, Emmet Nemesis, will the A330-900 handle this long haul as well? Yeah, it should be able to. Actually, I believe Condor does fly this route, don't they? They fly to Los Angeles for sure, which is round about the same length. Okay, so this is all that good stuff done. Now, a quick thing over here. Our star leads us basically to San Francisco VOR, but we have to fly all that good thing around the Bay Area. For that reason, let's go to the fuel planning, select arrival fuel, and we'll take 10 minutes extra over here so that our extra routing over here going into runway 28 is taken into account for. Well, and with that, we basically have our basic data done. So now let's get down to the ETOPS part, which is probably the one that you guys came for over here. So let's first run some automatic calculation just to see what SimBrief comes up with. Well, no. Definitely no. But interesting to see that we would more or less almost be covered for a non-ETOPS flight. So we don't actually need all that much ETOPS as we're flying a rather southerly route. However, we are nonetheless going to reset that planning and do our own planning over here. So first of all, target scenario will take 180 minutes as that is what many operators use on the 777. So entry airport is, we are not going to use Greenland as an alternate. For that reason, we'll take entry airport Keflavik. And then we'll just have to see. By default, Simbrief wanted to plan Churchill. However, Churchill is not really very well equipped to handle the 777. I remember a case where Swiss flew one in there and the plane got stranded there for quite a while because they couldn't get it out again. For that reason, we'll skip over Churchill and we'll probably use Yellowknife up here, or maybe go right down to Admin. But, well, from my company's operation in this area, I know Yellowknife, so let's go ahead and use that as exit airport. So for the alternates now, we've got our entry for which we can take Keflavik. Then in the middle over here there is Iqaluit, which is... Well, good question. What was that ICAO code again? Charlie Yankee Fox Bravo, I believe. And then we'll take it all the way over to Yellowknife and see what's that going to give us. Well, let's hit validate over here. Yeah, that looks like a more realistic scenario that I would expect here. So we do get a caution. Keflavik may be below limits, so let's go ahead and check that caution out before we go. So, what do we have here? Oh, that's really not all that good. Fog overcast 200. Well, right now it's just light rain, but that's from 1200 to 1600. Well, that is roughly the time in which we are going to fly over here. Okay, in that case, overcast 200 means the airport is not usable as an ETOPS alternate. In that case, planning gets even more interesting, because now Iceland is out of the equation. Okay, new entry airport. I think over here Bergen is probably closest, ENBR. And then our first alternate is going to be ENBR as well. Let's go ahead and calculate that. And now this is what it looks like. Well, just for a quick comparison, if I use something in Scotland instead, what would that look like? No, not as good. Bergen is actually the better option there. Okay, so we are going to use that. And looking at the weather in Bergen, well, a couple of rain showers over here, but overall good weather conditions. So Bergen is certainly usable. Now going ahead, Iqaluit is definitely usable as well. There's no low clouds, not really any significant winds. We don't even need to check that any further. We know that Iqaluit works. And then looking over at Yellowknife, over here, well, that's it. 25 knots of wind. Apart from that, the sky is basically clear, so we can definitely use that one as well. Okay, so we can stay with the ETOPS scenario as we have, as we've calculated it here. And in the comments, Manuel says, Amy, simulate an emergency while in the middle of the ocean. Not on this one, but I actually do plan to do something like that very soon. Okay, so from down here we don't need to worry about ETOPS again, but this one here is definitely going to be the interesting leg, where Iceland is not suitable at the moment. Okay, so that should be our first calculation. Let's go ahead and hit generate flight over here. And we'll have Simbrief generate that flight plan for us. And Almer, did I make a video on the Dubai to Frankfurt I did earlier today? No, I didn't. Well, I recorded the one from earlier today in it, but... Well, if you're interested in that route, then I can still do one again. Okay, so, here is our flight plan. Let's have a look. So, estimated takeoff weight 322. No worries, guys, I am going to recalculate this using pounds later on. It's just that I'm more familiar with the weights and the performance of the plane in kilos. So we will definitely recalculate in pounds. Okay, flight level wise, 310 initially, 300, 320, 340, up to 370. Now that's going to be interesting. Well, in any case, that looks like a good flight plan to me. Alright, in that case, let's go ahead and convert everything to pounds. And yeah, guys, of course we are going to use time acceleration on this one. Okay, so do you want to convert your current weight to pounds? Yes, we do. Okay, and that should more or less finish it up. So, generate flight. And then let's see what we're going to get over here. So there were a couple questions if we are going to fly this one online, and the answer to that is it depends on the ATC that is available. Right now there is a Frankfurt approach controller online, so yeah, we are certainly going to depart online here. But once we leave his airspace, we are probably going to go offline so that we can do the acceleration without disrupting anybody's experience here. Since there is a little bit of en route ATC, but well. Okay, so 10 hours and 52. In terms of the fuel, we arrive with approximately 20,000 pounds in the tanks. That's a pretty good number for the 777. So I'd say with that we do have a good flight plan. We're flying far outside the North Atlantic tracks, so we don't need to worry about those. Okay, then let's go ahead with the next step and have a look at the significant weather chart over here. So that's just low-level stuff, not interesting to us. Over here, likewise, all low-level. Well, excellent. That means we're going to have a smooth flight, actually. Well, that's pretty cool. Any SIGMATs on the area? No SIGMATs. Perfect. Alright, so that promises to become a smooth flight today. Cool. So all we gotta do is pre-file the flight on VATSIM. And once the pre-file is done, then we can go ahead and start with our flight preparation. Alright, I think the only change I'm going to do is, since we've got Tolgi flight level 300, I'll file for an initial level 290. Apart from that, everything seems good to me over here. Well, file the flight plan. Okay, excellent. So that good stuff is done. Now, let's go ahead and board our aircraft. So, using the PMDG ground services over here for the aircraft, since for some reason my GSX decided, nah, I don't want to do it today. The only good thing is we're standing on a taxi out position anyway, so that is not going to be a problem. But okay. Welcome on board in our Boeing 777. So, let's go forward and take a seat. The livery is from J Aviation here. Beautiful livery, especially the cabin interior. I very much like it. The outside as well, of course. Some good options. And, well, that was a little lack. So, we will be boarding using 2 sets of stairs today. And here we go. Welcome to the 777 cockpit. Alright, the engineer's been working on the airplane for a little bit, and if we just take a look from the outside, you can see ground services are in full swing preparing the aircraft for boarding, so they should hopefully be done with everything pretty soon there. Okay, so time to take a seat then on the captain's seat. Alright, first things first, let's go ahead and download the flight plan, make sure that we actually get the latest data over here. And here it is, so November 2142 uniform. The only thing we gotta decide on now is our extra fuel, and I can tell you honestly, we don't need that much, so all I'm going to take, since we do have, 27 minutes to our alternate, so not much of a problem, so if this is 222.8, then let's just make it 224, so that we got a little bit of margin to play there, some fuel for the APU to use, and that good stuff, so 224,000 pounds is what we're going to take for today's flight. Okay then, getting on board. First things first, the ADRU can come on, and then a quick check of the airplane status here. So, starting with the oil quantities, the engineers did well, they filled it up. Hydraulic quantities are looking good. Oxygen is looking good as well. APU oil 7.3, so a little bit's been drained there, but that's okay. Not all that shabby. Okay, great. Then let's do a recall over here, see what kind of messages we have. So it's hydraulic, ADRU, nav ADRU inertial. Well, that's all expected messages we have down there. Excellent. Okay, so in that case, let's go ahead and do some initial setup over here. 777, IRAC is current, GE engine is correct. We'll take the GPS position and we're going to request a route from SimBrief. Set the payload. Well, set the fuel, even though we are going to override it. And select route. Okay, in progress. Then we can go ahead and load up the fuel ourselves. So 224 is what we wanted to take. Oh, and of course turn that annoying transponder off. Okay, route uplink. Well, let's go ahead and load that one in. So, Mohammed Kilian asked in the comments, do you recommend a cadet pilot to start flying his sim in the first officer's seat instead of the captain's seat? Personally, I did it quite a bit before I started my flight training, but I have to admit that over the time I just returned to the captain's seat. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience flying the sim from the right seat, especially for the first couple of times before you get used to the panel layout. I mean, look at this, it just looks completely different, doesn't it? So maybe just, you know, change the seats between the flights. Do some flights from the left, some from the right. I do believe that is kind of the best compromise you can make. Shirtle the boss, what airline do you fly for? Any hints? No hints for you, I'm sorry. Okay, so the route is uplinked, and with that good stuff done, a quick look at the cabin temperatures here, because it is rather warm outside, 25 degrees, and looking at the cabin temperatures, well, 83 is rather warm in here, so I tell you what, starting the APU. Noise restrictions, well, I don't care. If it's that warm, then I don't care about noise. They could always buy some ground air conditioning units, but if the airport decides not to, then, well, not my problem. Okay, so with that, we are basically done doing our preparation down here. Let's go ahead and prepare the airplane for boarding. So emergency exit lights can come on, seatbelts can come on since the fueling is finished. The APU is starting up to cool it down. Well, and with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and conduct our walk around. Okay, so depending on the airline, you may exit from the front door, from the middle door, or from the aft door. For example, in my airline, we normally exit the plane from the aft doors for our walk-arounds. But, well, since we do have stairs over here, let's go ahead and just do it right from here. So, and down we go. Okay, so the walk-around starts right over here. Checking all those panels, making sure that the negative pressure relief valves are closed. Man, that is getting loud here. That's the reason why you're carrying some ear protection, my friends. Okay, the true oxygen discharge valve gotta be green, otherwise maintenance will be needed. Then the alpha valve is open and checking the nose gear assembly, everything's looking good over here. Pretty new airplane as we can see, not all that dirty. And everything over here is looking good as well. Alright, going to the outside, no damages, all the probes are looking good. I personally like to take a little bit of distance from the airplane here and just check for all the general overview of the airplane, making sure that it is in a good shape, no obvious large damages or stuff like that. Couple antennas down here. I believe that one over here is our radio altimeter assembly. I might be mistaken though. Not too... well, I did check that kind of stuff for the 777, but have to admit I'm not too familiar with it. Alright, down here all the panels and hatches are locked. Leading edge is looking good. And the GE90. Beautiful engine. A little bit of windmilling here it seems. Generally looking good. Alright, the engine from the side is okay. No damages on the bottom. Then we can go to the aft part of the engine. And again, no damages, no nothing over here. Alright, then let's continue along the leading edge. checking for any kinds of damages, making sure that the overpressure relief valves are okay. Our nav lights are working and fitted in the correct colors. The same goes for the aft part of the wing and for all the static wick discharges over there. The fuel dump valve is clear. And then we come to our landing gear. So over here we check the condition of the tires and we check the brake wear indicator pins down here, making sure that they are not flush with the metal. Now in this simulator I have to admit they don't become flush all that often because, well, people just don't fly the same livery that often. However, in the real world I've seen pretty much everything, all the way down to we had to call maintenance and they had to confirm if we can actually still use them or not, because they basically were more or less flush, and obviously you want to be better safe than sorry. Okay, so ground services are in action over here. Oh, hello there. This is always the hardest part, not getting run over by any vehicles. Okay, everything's looking good over here. Nice APU sound is back as well, by the way. Okay, so same thing that we've done on the other end side. The aft outflow valve open on the ground, as it should be. That's our shit trucks over here, my friends. But you've got to be sure that you don't run into those. Otherwise, that is going to become ugly. Okay, so getting back to the wing then. The trailing edge is looking good. Then let's go ahead and check the landing gear again. Brake wear indicator pins, general condition of the wheels. Now, when I say general condition of the wheels, I don't just mean the, well, general looks of it, but I also mean just looking along the entire tire. There has been a case in an airline in Frankfurt not so long ago where an airplane taxied over some kind of a bolt and that bolt got stuck in the tire. And well, obviously we definitely don't want to take off with something sticking in the tire. Imagine if these wheels start turning at 180 knots and that thing flies out of the tire into the fuel tank. You can be pretty sure that's going to become ugly. Alright. Today though, our landing gear is looking good. The toe pins are out as well. And then we can check the trailing edge. Again, same features we had on the other end side. Nothing obstructed, all the static wicks in place, light bulbs working and of the correct color. And then we can have a look at the leading edge. No sign of bird strike damage or anything. Refueling, well, he should probably be leaving any moment, so we'd rather make sure that we are not run over. Engine itself is looking good, no sign of any FOD. No pot strike, and all the latches are closed. Otherwise, spectacular videos will surface on the internet, and the engine inlet is looking good as well. Alright, perfect. So our aircraft is in a good shape. Then let's go ahead and board again, so that we can start preparing our airplane for its flight. This is so much more quiet. I have to say I appreciate that. Alright, so back into the flight deck, and now we're definitely going to start with our cockpit preparation. I want to say flight deck preparation. Welcome to Airbus. Okay, and here we are. So, taking a seat, first things first. The air conditioning is on and is cooling down the cabin. That's excellent. Even though it's still a little bit hot for my taste, 80 degrees in the front there. I tell you what, let's just turn this down a little bit. Maybe we can convince the APU to do a bit better cooling here. And if not, well, then our passengers will have to live with it. Okay, so Day and B Travels asked in the comments, is it published whether an airport provides air conditioning for the aircraft or not? Well, I'm sure it's written somewhere, but at least not in the information that are typically handed to pilots. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our pre-flight procedure now. First things first, let's go ahead and request the ATIS. So ATIS request Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot, and we want to get the VATSIM ATIS, please. Automatic updates can be supplied. But we basically know that it is going to be runway 25 center, because it's not going to be 18 on a departure to the north. So let's go ahead and start putting that good stuff in. So for our departure, we've got Maroon over here, but it's certainly not going to be the Maroon 3 Whiskey departure. It's normally Maroon 2 Golf. So that is what we are going to use. Aljon Tinko asking in the comments, where can I find noise abatement departure procedures? That may either be published in the local AIP or in the local charts. Now, I'll check if we can find something in the charts in a few moments here, but let's first of all go ahead and start preparing all our arrival here. So Bodega 3 from Murillo, however you pronounce that one again. Okay, route, activate, execute, copy. So, if we're on it already, let's go ahead and check that route as well. So, Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot, Kilo Sierra Foxtrot Oscar, Uniform Alpha Lima 59er. That's what we have. Then we are going to fly via Maroon departure. Yankee 150 Tolgi, direct rollback, November 850 LSOP, Papa 992 Elgig, Zulu 323 Rivex, direct Burix, 65 north, 0 degrees east or west as you want, 68 north, 10 west, 70 north, 20 west, 71 north, 40 west, 71 north, 60 west, 71 north, 70 west. Then we've got 69 north, 80 west, 65 north, 97 west, 60 north, 107 west. That's probably going to be this one. We'll have to check the coordinates in a few moments anyway. 55 north, 113 west, 50 north, 117 west, Brook, Romeo Bravo Lima, and Murillo. Okay. So, let's have a look into the charts now. I promised you we'd check for the noise abatement, and we will in a few moments, but let's first do our standard stuff here. So we're looking for the Maroon 2 Golf ANAF departure. Here it is. Well, let's check it from here. That's easier. So Maroon 2 Golf, 25 center. Delta Fox 234, maximum 200 knots, and above 800 feet, Delta Foxtrot 133, 220 knots or less. Then we've got Delta Foxtrot 131, 238, which has a 250 knot limit. And thereafter Taboom, Lixi, Lorpa, and Maroon. Okay, that's fine. Initial climb clearance 5000. We'll check that with ATC anyway. Well, and Adrian, you don't need to repeat the question. I do read along in the chat. Well, we can only use CPDLC when there is en route ATC online, so we'll have to see if we can use it or not. We'll see. If someone is online where it fits, then we are going to use it. So regarding the question where we can find information about the noise abatement, well, have a look into the airfield briefing that you've got over here. And you can see already loads of stuff there. So airfield briefing, departure, and that is a lot of pages. But normally you can just skip over these and just check if there is anything reading noise abatement. Normally there is. Well, nothing over here. Noise abatement departure procedures. Here it is. Of course there would be noise abatement. So runway use concept, well, not really all that interesting. We don't care about that, so let's continue on the next page. That's again a lot of basic stuff here that we are not all that interested in. And the same goes for here, so well, as you can see, there's really all that much which aircraft is going to get which SID and all that good or not so good stuff. Additional noise abatement measures. Welcome to Germany now. So, again, which runway shall be used? But we are basically just scanning through this document to see if we can find the letters NADP somewhere. Not on this page at least. Let's try the next one. But as you can see, there is nothing written about NADP over here. So it's either going to be in the AIP, or we just do our default noise abatement procedure number 2. And I can tell you already that we will do the NADP 2 anyway. So we'll just leave it at that, shall we? But again, check those charts and see if you can find something. Some airports publish something. If nothing is published, then noise abatement procedure number 2 applies. So that's going to be acceleration at 1,000 feet above ground. Okay, so that's pretty much all the charts that we need prepared. So then let's go on. We have checked those things. Next up we gotta check the oceanic waypoints. So that is gonna be quite a bit of work here, but well, we'll have 9 hours of high payment where we will not have to do anything later on. So 65 north, 0 east is checked. And let's compare it with a flight plan as well. Next up, 68 north, 10 degrees west. Checked. Then 70 north, 20 degrees west. Checked. 71 north, 40 degrees west. Checked. The reason we need to do these checks, even though of course those are database waypoints, is because we simply don't know if there might be a mistake in the algorithm somewhere, or if there might simply be a mistake in the database. So for that reason we got to go through all these waypoints and make sure that the latitude and longitude actually do match what we filed. I have a feeling this one over here is a custom point, so we might not be able to check that. Yeah, indeed we are not. Okay, well that's fine. In that case we'll do a place bearing distance check later on. Alright, and on we go, 69 north, 80 west. Again, looking good. Then we can go on towards 65 north, 97 west. Why ever they come up with such a strange point, but okay. If that's what they want us to do, then that's what they want us to do. Alright, and now come those waypoints where I wasn't 100% sure, so 60N07, let's see if that matches the coordinates required. So 60 north, 107 degrees west. Okay, that matches. Excellent. And then we've got 55 north, 113 west, which we have in here as well. Excellent. And finally the last one, 50 north, 117 west, and we have that as well. Excellent. So that's all our waypoints checked. Okay, so finally that stuff out of the way. Ground distance 5,127, 5,140. That's good enough for me. Right, fixed page, we'll take Frankfurt. In here with a 25-mile ring for our MSA awareness. We do not need any nav radios on this one, so we don't have to worry about that. Transition altitude 5,000 is correct. So, init reference, uplink. So, 14.2 is correct. Flight level 300 is correct as well. Cost NX 80 is as well. Minimum fuel temperature going to be minus 44. And the cruise CG 30. And finally, going on to the takeoff page 2, this is where we enter the noise abatement, so we're going to accelerate at 1,000 feet, thrust reduction at flaps 1, okay, that's something I haven't seen in another 777 before, but we can certainly use that as well. And 777 driver, interesting username. In the comments, you can simply click next to the coordinate on the legs page and it will populate the coordinate in the scratch pad. Well, I would love for it to do so, but if we have a look at it here, for example, you can see that it simply takes the actual waypoint name, but not the coordinates. I think it's different if you take these, but then again, we never know if this name might be contained in the database, and not working. But there's an easy way for you to check. You can compare the tracks and the distances. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Then we've got that good stuff out of the way as well. As you can see, quite a bit of stuff that we got to do as part of our pre-flight preparations. But then again, long-haul pilots do get a bit more money as well. Okay, so towards 70 West, we've got 281, 45 plus 150, so 185 miles. Well, 195 it should be. And of course it is 195, so that is correct. And thereafter 278 and 237 miles, so that matches more or less here as well. So good stuff. Now we know that the waypoint is correct here as well. Okay, excellent. So with that, this check is done for now, and our FMC preparation is more or less completed to this point. So let's go over the rest of the flight deck now. And I tell you what, let's quickly go ahead and remove a couple of ground vehicles here. So would be really nice if you could just remove them over here, wouldn't it? Okay, fuel truck can go, galley can go, the stairs will stay for sure, the lavatory services can go, and the cabin cleaning can go as well. And that should close quite a couple of doors already. And with that we are now more or less in a boarding configuration. And 777 driver, no, that meant the full coordinate, the one that you couldn't check in the nav data. Okay. So, information November by now. Let's go ahead and clear those away. Okay, so. Alright, panel scan then. Voice recorder switch can come on. That's all looking good. This is the easy stuff now. Okay, reset all. We have already requested the ATIS, and the latest is up here. Information November, still 25 center. And what's the QNH down here? 1013. Okay, excellent. So, small PMDG bug here. Looks like they tied the right radio to the center radio volume knob over here, so we gotta turn that one up as well. In the real world, obviously, we would not. Okay, we can already go ahead and tune the guard frequency on the right radio, 1 to 1.5, and set our FO's comm panel as well. And on a flight like this, of course, we would have a third pilot as well, senior first officer. So many different terms for the SFO. Some call it cruise relief pilot, others senior first officers. I've seen second in command being used as well. But anyway, you guys know where we are going with that. Okay, now that's an interesting question from Aturka in the comments. As I know, some airports have a definite recommendation of what things pilots should include when asking for an IFR clearance or pushback. What info should I provide to ATC except the ATIS? Well, there are some local rules which you would find in the departure briefings, but apart from those, generally it's just, for example, United 59 information November request clearance to destination, or in Germany they won't request startup. Well, you know, everyone's doing their own story there. But IFR clearance is actually a pretty good point, so let's actually go ahead and request one. So, flight information, departure clearance request. So, United 59, and the controller online is Frankfurt, at least I hope so. ATIS, I do believe it was November, let's quickly review that. Yeah, information November. Gate is Victor 167. And yeah, that's about it. Apart from that, good afternoon. So, let's look over this again. United 59, facility Frankfurt, departure Frankfurt, destination San Francisco, 8th November, Victor 167, good afternoon. And this is basically all the information you need to include when requesting a normal clearance as well. It's literally just the ATIS. The rest of it is extra. Okay, send that one out. Now we can only hope that the controller actually is going to have... that the controller is actually going to have that stuff online. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, in the meantime, are you ready for the departure briefing? What's the clock actually? 31. Okay, scheduled off block is 35, so we are running pretty good. Okay, so for the briefing. Threats. Honestly, I don't see any. No threats for this departure. So, we've done the route check and instrument cross check. Time UTC 1132, altimeters 1013, reading 350 left and right. Flight directors are on. It's going to be a left seat takeoff, 25 center, flaps 5, most likely, noise abatement procedure number 2, and the sit straight ahead, right turn immediately after departure, and initial climb most likely 5,000 feet. Apart from that, emergencies above 80 knots I will only reject for fire or fire warning, engine failure, predictive wind shear warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly, or any ICAS message that comes through. If I call stop, I simultaneously close the thrust lever and apply maximum... here comes the clearance. Okay, request received, being processed, stand by. Thank you. So, again, if I call stop, I simultaneously close the thrust levers and apply maximum reverse thrust, apply max manual braking or verify operation of the RTO auto brakes. Manually raise the speed brake lever, and when the aircraft comes to a stop, I will set the park and brake. Okay, if you call stop, I will note the brakes on speed and call speed brakes up or speed brakes not up and thrust reverse normal or normal indications. I call 100 knots, 80 knots, 60 knots and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call any emissions, and I will call auto brake disarm when the auto brake's off, and when the park and brake is set and the aircraft comes to a stop, I will select flaps 30 and advise ATC of the reject. Thanks, we then identify the failure and carry out any drills as appropriate. If we decide to evacuate, we read and do the evacuation checklist. Time permitting, we'll pull the CBR circuit breaker, and then we get out of here. Okay, so, if the call before we want to keep going, no actions below 400 feet except to cancel any warnings and raise the landing gear with a positive rate. 400 feet, verify heading select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, back up, retract flaps and schedule, flaps up no light, select level change, max continue thrust, non-normal checklist, normal checklist, and then we decide on the further course of action. Well, and that's basically it. We'll hold the briefing here for a moment, because we've just got the clearance and they cleared us for a different than standard sit, so let's go ahead and do the clearance first. So, Frankfurt, PDC, number 5, United 59, that's us. Cleared to San Francisco off 25 center, that's checked, via Maroon 7 Foxtrot departure. Okay, that's slightly different. So we just gotta reselect the other sit. Interesting that they clear the Foxtrots here. In the real world, well, I fly 2-engined heavy aircraft as well. That's what determines which sit you get. Well, we always fly the Golfs, but okay. If he wants us to do Foxtrot, we do Foxtrot. Okay, Maroon 7 Foxtrot departure, and that is checked. Climb 5,000 feet. Squawk 2161. 2161. 8th November, startup approved. Okay. Accept. Accepted. So, startup approved is down here, important. So we don't need to call him extra to get our... So we don't need to call him extra for our engine startup anymore. Okay. So with that, our clearance is accepted. Should get a clearance confirmation in a few moments. And then we can go ahead and check the different standard instrument departure. Well, it's the same chart, that makes things a bit easier. So Maroon 7 Foxtrot. Well, Delta Fox 233 above 3,500. Are we going to be able to make that? Kinda doubt it, but we'll have to see. Okay, in any case, Maroon 7 Fox, Delta Fox 234, max 200 knots above 800 is correct. 233, max 220 above 3,500. Delta Fox 132, maximum 250. And thereafter, it's gonna be Taboom, Lixi, Lorpa, Maroon. That's the same we had on the other one. So Taboom, Lixi, Lorpa, and Maroon. Okay, so that's our new set. Pretty much completed. So, ding dong, CDA received, clearance confirmed. Okay, thanks. So that closes the loop. With that, our departure clearance is given. Okay, so should be more or less through with all that good stuff now. By this time they should probably have completed all the boarding and the loading. So let's go ahead, release all those vehicles, close all the doors. APU is running already, so external power can be disconnected, and release it down here as well, please. Park and brake. Why can't we set it? Ah, because the brake accumulator pressure is below the minimum. Okay, in that case, ground from cockpit. Go ahead. We need to pressurize hydraulics in order to be able to set the park and brakes. Please confirm the airplane's clear to pressurize. Affirm, airplane is clear to pressurize. Roger, stand by. Okay, that's going to be the right-hand system only. As you can see, the normal brakes are connected to that. So our accumulator is going to start charging in a few moments. Here you go. Okay. And now we can set the park and brake as well. And we can turn that thing back off again. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue that briefing that we were interrupted with. So, might just quickly go ahead and grab that chart over here. Okay, so Victor 167, taxi straight out, left turn on Lima, and then we go via Lima all the way to Lima 3, which is like a 50-meter shortening of the runway only. Our sit, Maroon 7 Foxtrot, straight out, right-hand turn. We got the 3,500 restriction, which we'll have to see if we can meet that. But if ATC already gives us that, we rather not ask for the other departure if we can avoid it. So we'll see if we can meet the 3,500. If we can, we can. If not, then not. Okay. Well, fair enough. Good enough for me. In that case, let's go ahead and do the pre-flight checklist. Oxygen, tested 100%. Flight instruments, heading 157, altimeter 1013, reading 360, set left, set right. Pre-flight checklist complete. Okay, let's say hello to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome on board from your captain. My name is Emmanuel in the name of United. Welcome aboard our flight 59 to San Francisco. Flight time today approximately 10 hours and 50 minutes. We expect a smooth flight. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. The cabin crew will shortly perform the safety demonstration. I would like to ask you for your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Thank you for your attention, and once again, welcome aboard. And Tyler Aviator 99, you have to do it in German too. Oh boy. For a moment I thought about doing German with an American accent. Well, let's give that a try. Meine Damen und Herren, eine herzlich willkommen an Bord von Ihrem Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel und im Namen der United darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Fluges nach San Francisco begrüßen. Flight Time heute etwa 10 Stunden und 50 Minuten in einer Reiseflughöhe von 30.000 Fuß. Welcome on board, and we look forward to be serving you on this flight. Once again, welcome aboard. Alright, that was about as bad as it gets. Alright, Valentin asked in the comments, why do you always ask if you can pressurize the hydraulics? Well, that's for a pretty good reason. That's because you've got a lot of moving parts down here on the airplane. For example, the gear bay doors may be opened if engineering did something down there earlier on. Or someone may be working near any of the flaps, or they might be working on the nose wheel while the pin is not in place yet. And the nose wheel might be slightly turned. When any of that is the case and you pressurize the hydraulics, then the airplane is immediately going to start moving those parts. And 3000 psi of hydraulic pressure are anything you need in order to tear apart pretty much any tissue that a person can possibly have. So, you know, unless there is someone working down there who you really disguise, I recommend not to pressurize the hydraulics without clearance. Okay then, cabin crew, all doors in flight. And that was well seen, Loic. Okay, so doors are armed now, and then we can go ahead and remove those chocks. Okay, then let's go ahead with our performance. So, 488.7, and if we check that against the plan, 488.8 was planned, so we're pretty close. 712.6 versus 710.5, yep, that's because of the slight bit of extra we took. So, performance, Frankfurt, runway, 25 Senna. Full length is pretty much correct down here. Dry runway, we'll import the weights, import the weather, calculate. Okay, takeoff 1, 43 degrees. So that's takeoff 1 and 43 degrees down here. 93.9, 94.1, close enough. Okay, flaps, 5, CG is, well, from here. Okay, takeoff speed 78, 84, 86. And we'll go with those. Okay, excellent. So that's our takeoff performance calculation done. Alright. Then let's go ahead with the before start procedure, please. So, ground flight deck, go. Please confirm doors hatches closed, ground curtain removed, and bypass pin is installed, and we're clear to pressurize. That's all confirmed, Captain, and you're clear to pressurize. Alright, so should only have been order, of course. Fuel in center does show. So 5.5 units of trim. A couple of persons asked me recently, like, how do you trim this without a trim wheel? Well, the answer is, in any jet, use the thumb switches on your control column to trim the airplane. Never use the trim wheel, unless the rest doesn't work. Okay, cool. So, that stuff's done. Before start checklist, please. Flight deck door, closed and locked. MCP, V2186, heading to 4, I believe. And altitude 5000. Takeoff speeds, V1 178, VR 184, V2 186. CDU pre-flight, complete. Trim 5.5 units, 0 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing, completed. And now we just gotta ensure that our startup clearance is still valid, so review ATC uplink. So that was at 19, it's 31 now. Okay, startups are valid for 10 minutes only, so our startup is not valid any longer. We'll have to request it from ATC once again. So that's gonna be 120805. You stay there, my friend. Long radar low, United 59 Heavy, fully ready for startup.
United 59er Heavy, Long radar, hello, startup approved.
Startup approved, United 59er Heavy.
UPS, once you cross
okay, I'm quickly going to transition him to my headset.
Romeo,
then you guys are going to have some better sounds there. Okay, so
cross 25
then let's go ahead and startup is approved,
Romeo,
so the beacon can come on.
For taxi stand Victor 326, UPS 12.
And that's the before start checklist completed then.
Requesting stand Victor 134.
Okay.
Confirm
Ground
Victor
flight.
134.
Go. So, please confirm clear to start right engine.
Roger, expect
F1, clear start right. Starting right. And while that's in progress, now that we should get some slightly better air conditioning here, let's go ahead and give them cabin temps back to auto. And we are gonna go auto as well again.
Condor 3 Alpha Juliet further climb on Honeycomb.
Alright.
And
And I just see I forgot to do the right and
Continue on Honeycomb.
EFIS control panel like that. Alright, excellent. So engine start is in progress. All the
First United 896, continue on Honeycomb. Yeah.
all the ground equipment is removed. And Quotenwagnerianer just started to follow your flight on VATSIM radar. You have quite a couple of hours locked on VATSIM. Yep, that's absolutely correct. Honestly, most of those came along when I did my ATPL theory, because I, you know, in order to motivate myself, I just took, back in the day, the PMDG 747 and flew that thing long haul in real time while I've been learning all the theory. And that's where all those hours come from. Okay, ground, we've got a good start on the right engine, starting the left engine.
Thank you.
Clear left.
Pushback and startup approved. Face west.
And here comes the left engine. So yeah, Quotenwagnerianer, that is where all those hours come from. And of course I'm a VATSIM member for like, what, 13 years now? 14 maybe? I think my first VATSIM flight was in 2011. Yeah, that's got to be 13 years.
Confirm QNH 1013.
But most of those hours certainly came along while I motivated myself to learn that ATPL theory.
Wings 3 Delta Alpha, turn right heading 220, cleared LS approach runway 25 left.
Okay, we've got two good starts. You're clear to disconnect. Show me the sign on the left side. Please have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. So, all the ground equipment should be clear by now. Flight control check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. B4 taxi checklist, anti-ice, auto, recall, checked, flight controls, checked, ground equipment, clear, B4 taxi checklist complete. United 59 Heavy, request taxi.
United 59 Heavy, takes the holding point runway 25 center via Lima, Lima 3.
United 59 Heavy, taxi holding point 25 center, Lima, Lima 3.
Ocean 77 Zulu, cross runway 25 center, hold short of Lima.
Cross 25 center.
Okay, brakes released.
Lima, Ocean 77 Zulu.
Clear left side. Clear right side. Off we go. So off block at 50, that's 15 minutes late. We'll figure that out in flight. Almea, no, the flight control page does not need to be open, as basically we check for freedom of movement and we check that the controls return to the neutral position. And that's the two things we check. Some airlines actually do not allow the page to be open at all. Okay, so off to the left and then pretty much down all the way. A quick check as we go along here. So Lima 3 is copied. We just delete that. At what altitude are we going to be by Delta Fox 233? Well, 2,200, that's not good. I wonder why it doesn't give me any error message here. Shouldn't it give me a scratchpad message? Unable 3,500 at that altitude?
To stand Victor 134 via Lima, November.
Well, that's interesting system behavior there. In any case, we gotta figure that out before we go, since otherwise we'll not be able to meet that climb restriction. In any case, easiest we can probably do is just to go noise abatement procedure number 1. So acceleration in 3000. Let's do that. Let's see what we're gonna get now. Yeah, 3,400 is good enough for me. We can do this. So it's gonna be noise abatement procedure 1 for us then.
Pleasure landing back in Frankfurt and have a good weekend.
UBS 12, thank you so much for flying and see you next time. Bye bye. See ya. See ya.
Okay, cabin is ready. We'll use terrain on the right side because of the towners in the north, weather on my side. Before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, so Lima 3 is pretty much at the very far end of the runway. If we unlock that for a moment, down here it is. So that's basically full length. Hans, drop that anchor down there. Hans Hartmann in the comments. Well, that ATR has grown a little bit larger, hasn't it? Just a couple of jokes there, guys. Hans is a long-time friend of mine. Okay, so approaching Lima 5, thereafter Lima 4, and then comes Lima 3. Basically where it gets, where the asphalt gets dark over there. United 59 via Lima 3, line up 25 center. Okay, one guy on approach to runway 25 right. The windsock gives us pretty much straight wind, tiny bit from the left there, not a problem. And the next guy coming in for 25 left is quite far away, so nothing for us to worry about. Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
At United 59, wind 200 degrees from 0 knots, runway 25, stands cleared for takeoff.
United 59, runway 25, standard clear for takeoff. Are you ready? Then we'll make it rolling. Inbound's 5 miles out, shouldn't be a problem. And the guy on the parallel runway there shouldn't be a problem as well. He's already passed us.
We continue November 8, Ocean 77 Zulu.
And also 77 sorry for that.
Okay, ready to go?
Just make the right turn via November 7 and 6
Take off.
and to Continue via November 2 Victor 134, sorry for that.
Can you repeat, please, for Ocean 770?
Ocean 770, of course, it's the right
Set thrust.
63, then November 7 to return to November again.
Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
Right turn, and then November 7 and November
Checked.
10 Victor 134, Ocean 770.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for that, that was my bad.
No problem at all, Ocean 770.
Well, that new ADIS came right at the right moment.
Das ist unser Echo Whisky, langen Radar, cleared to München, City 5 Sierra Departure, Richtung City 6 Sierra Departure, set in Luftklamme is set to 4,000 feet, score 1,000.
Okay, so noise abatement procedure 1, that means we're going to maintain the speed until 3000 before we start the acceleration.
Das ist unser Echo Whisky, Readback correct. That is 598, Delta 5, cancel flight level 130.
59, climb flight level 130.
206 Barbara, given to Pendular.
206 Bravo, information, Oscar, cleared to
Okay then, so first of all, clear this.
Correct, climb via set to 4,000 feet,
So, flight level 130. Set and checked. Oh, now it gives us the unable next altitude. Yeah, thank you for that, my dear.
Readback correct.
958 heavy, we are with you descending to 10,000.
Why is it banking, even though I didn't command to bank?
That is 58 Langen radar, hello,
Well,
I
so be it.
expect the highness approach runway 25 left information, Oscar.
Alright, we got Oscar on board and looks like...
So, 0.5 miles. Yeah, we're more or less than 3,500 as we overfly this. I'm fine with that.
Okay, we'll expect 2,000, that's it.
Yeah, over the waypoint, 3,500, we made the restriction. That's all that counts here. Okay, autopilot on. And flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. And the speed goes up. Excellent. Flaps up. Speed checked. Flaps up.
Lufthansa 44 Kilo, roger, pushback and start up, approved.
Yeah, we'll ignore that 250 restriction now. 4 knots more won't matter. So, flaps up. After takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. Set standard. Standard, cross-check passing, flight level 52, now. Checked.
That is 58 to traffic, turn right heading 160.
Right, 160, due to traffic, negative.
So, a couple of people asked in, well, let me phrase that differently. I keep reading those comments about, well, why don't you just fly shorter flights when you want to use time acceleration on the flight anyway? Now, this departure we just had was a very good reason as to why I don't like to fly short haul on aircraft like this, but why I prefer to fly them the way they're meant to be flown on long hauls. Now, you could see meeting that 3,500 restriction was actually pretty... Let's just say meeting that restriction was quite a challenge, and this is the kind of stuff that you run into with a long-haul aircraft at high weights. So ultimately we had to make the decision there. Could we accept to continue on the departure he gave us? Or do we need to change the departure to the Gulf departure, which did not have that restriction? So that kind of decision making is something that you come across a lot flying heavy aircraft, because the climb performance, as you could just see, isn't always that great. And that kind of experience, you really only make that when you're flying the airplane on long-haul routes. And yeah, if you don't have...
nothing further, monitoring income should noch, Grüße an den Set. Bis zum nächsten Mal, tschüss.
Over to Honeycomb, United 59er, vielen Dank fürs Lotsen, tschüss.
Tschüss.
Alright, greetings to the chat. So, next up is going to be Flight Level 240, I believe. And then, a quick check. There is no en route ATC online anymore along our route. Okay, passing level 100. Lights coming off. But still a bit turbulent down here. We'll keep the passengers seated for now. Oh, and we forgot to uplink the winds on the ground. Well, that's okay. Okay, we're gonna load all that good stuff in, then let's see about our arrival time. So, 22:42, the schedule is 2300, so we're arriving just about on time. Fuel is looking good as well. Okay, with that, we're on the way. So let's see, recommended flight level 320, maximum is 328. Yeah, I suppose we can do that. So flight level 320 it is. And that's in. Excellent. So, knowing the area, we could probably expect a couple of directs. Let's just have a quick look at Vatspy. And indeed, there is just no further traffic online along the route. Oh, sorry, no further ATC online along the route anymore. Well, that means, number one, we can take the direct that we would realistically get anyway. So on a flight like this, well, we'll start proceeding direct to Roback, and then later on we're probably going to get something to the Danish border. But for now, we'll start with direct to Roback. And I think it's pretty calm right now, so let's go ahead and release those passengers. So, seatbelts are off. Now they can start the service. Neo Mallorca asked in the comments, what level of turbulence have you set in MSFS? It's low. It's actually low, even though they do seem pretty strong recently. And Mohammed Kilani asked in that relation as well, Captain, what do you think of the physics and flight dynamics of MSFS, like in turbulence and on runway movements? Well, they're obviously not perfect. I think everyone will agree to that. But they get the job done. And I mean, we're all sitting here with, you know, a couple $100 of hardware, so yeah. If I'm honest, when I tried X-Plane, I didn't really feel like it had better flight dynamics, but that was probably just down to the hardware. I'm pretty sure if I tried X-Plane with some 10,000 euro hardware, then yeah, it would probably feel better, but with the hardware that we're all using, I think MSFS is doing a pretty good job on the flight dynamics. And then Seitoga asked, is it a must and why do you need to set the QNH on both pilot and co-pilot side, same with the flight director? Well, yes, you need to do that. Why is it? Because obviously aircraft like this are built to be flown with two pilots, and if you set a different QNH, you will actually be warned about it. Like here, if we just do that for a moment, let's just... Oh, I got them linked to one another. Give me a second. Let me unlink that. So, synchronize nothing. So if we now go ahead and just select the different altimeter setting there on the FO side, I do believe we should get a warning. Maybe it just takes the airplane a little, but I believe we should get one. Well, in the Airbus for sure you do. But I think it should say altitude disagree after a little while. Jan Schubert, have I seen the brand new Avia Planner as alternative to Navigraph? I have. And to be honest, I'm very skeptical. They don't make a very professional impression to me. In my opinion, it looks fishy. That's all I can say about it right now. It just looks a little bit fishy. Like promising a lot, asking a price. You know, while Aerosoft just said they had to scrap Navdata Pro because they couldn't pay the prices Lido is asking, and then another company comes along and asks like, what, half the price? Doesn't seem right to me. Okay, well, so we're outside the immediate range of any other aircraft, so we might as well go ahead and start putting a bit of time acceleration on. Of course, keeping an eye on everyone around us, since it's us who has to avoid them now. And I think I will actually turn left a bit. Well, not that far, but like 350. Getting a little bit more distance to this guy there. And Manuel, maybe Avia Planner is trying to break the market a bit and then raise the prices. Yeah, but they don't have too much time. FS24 is coming out in November and they have Lido charts by default. So that business model wouldn't work, would it? Okay, clear of the traffic. Let's just see. I'll tell you what. Let's take that en route chart here. And the border from Denmark is Lindby. Okay, let's fly direct to Lindby. That's about the kind of shortcuts you get on these routes, according to my experience. And since there is no air traffic control online at the moment, whom we could annoy with that, we'll go direct to Lindby. LNAV. Alright, bit of acceleration on again. And ETOPS 120, yeah, we'll have a look into the route offsets in a few moments, when we get to the oceanic part of the flight. First of all, let's make it up to cruise level though, and once we're up there, and once we're outside the busiest airspace here, we are going to once we're outside that immediate airspace, we are going to be raising that simulation rate a little bit more. Okay, 1,000 to go. 1,200 feet a minute is acceptable to me, seeing that TCAS doesn't show anyone above us. And Quotenwagnerianer, yeah, I do agree on everything you said there. Okay, quick fuel check first though. 209.4 and 14.5. 209.4/14.5. Took us 20 minutes to get up here. Okay, so quick look down here. Top of climb, 19 minutes, 207.2. So the fuel is good, the fuel used is good as well. Used a bit less, I'm happy with that. Alright, excellent. So yeah, Quotenwagnerianer, I kinda agree that the fact FS24 gets Lido data might be related, but, you know... And Rob A320, ask me that question a little bit later when we actually are over the... or when we actually are in the ETOPS area, and then we'll get to it, okay? For now, let's just quickly get out of the very busy European airspace while having a good eye on our TCAS, making sure that there is no traffic en route whom you might conflict with. Eric Herring asked, how do you accelerate the time? I'm using a keyboard shortcut for that. I assigned mine to the letter R and then either the plus or the minus key. And Mourinho Flight Sim, how much sim rate acceleration works for me? 8x normally goes pretty fine over more remote areas. Right here I probably couldn't do it. When we are in a little bit more remote area, it's gonna work just fine. A little bit of weather over there, and that's again a good example why I don't like the Asobo radar. Look at this, then look outside, no problem whatsoever. Yet on here it shows us some significant returns, even some red in here. That's just not right. That is just not right, and not what a weather radar would look like. An unstable coding, does it tank performance when using time acceleration? Yeah, it does. So, Captain Metian, how much acceleration am I normally using? Normally I'm using 4x, but sometimes 8x as well. Depends a bit on what I want to do and what kind of flight I planned. But okay, so for now, quick look into our flight plan. So we're entering the oceanic airspace at Burix, is that right? Is that... Yeah, that's Border Oceanic over there. So entering at Burix, and they normally want the notification 20 minutes prior. So, quick look down here. Burix is at 13:43, so that means we gotta send them the oceanic clearance request at 13:23. So 1323 Zulu going into here to get a reminder. And obviously, as we're flying on VATSIM 20 minutes earlier, we just gotta convert that a little bit and have a look at if there is ATC online, who would be responsible for us. But at the moment there is nobody, so it should be a smooth and quick flight. And guys, when talking about the weather radar, don't forget that this angle over here is basically ignored by the sim. So we can go to manual control here. And look at that. Let me tilt it 5 degrees up. Look at that. It's showing plus 4 degrees now, and we still get those returns. This would tell me that this over here would be a huge CB. Really a huge CB. And then I'm looking ahead, nothing. So yeah, that's why I keep saying MSFS weather radar is worthless. It doesn't give us any good info. And JFoot709, the Asobo radar is basically top down, right? Kinda. I know that there are a couple of recordings from, I believe it was Working Title who did them, showing us that you can somewhat tilt it, but any results just don't match what a real radar looks like. Like right now, if I would set it to 0, there should be nothing. Yet again, over here you've got all that weather, and like that, well, what should I do? If it's nighttime now, I see this, and I would fly heading 300 to avoid it. But we don't need to avoid anything here. There is nothing in front of us. So, yeah. What should I say there? Really, what should I say to that? So a couple of you talking in the chat about the Lido integration. Well, we'll get to that in a few moments. Quote Wagneriana, that's an interesting point there. I watched Matt Nishan's video about the radar. According to him, it works as it should, however it can't be tilted at all. That's why you get returns that are unrealistic. Maybe. But then again, what does it works as it should mean? What tilt does it have? Or is it just top down? Because if it's top down, like, if it is top down, like for example the Nextrad images you get on the Garmin units, then, well, totally different situation than what it would be like if it's at some tilt. I mean, there seems to be some tilt. If you look at the round image you get over here, that does suggest that there is some tilting going on. Because otherwise it wouldn't be perfectly round, right? But, yeah, it's, I don't know. As a pilot, I don't know what to do with that. I really don't. Ooh, that was a nice wind shift. Whoopsie. Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator, my friends. Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, Haloka, that's the easiest question I've had on the chat today, but I'm happy to answer it. The PMDG 777, is it a study level aircraft? Yes. The Flying Turk, hi, how is my favorite YouTuber doing? Well, first of all, thank you very much, my friend. Actually, kinda mixed. I did injure my legs, so right now I'm not flying, but probably gonna have to spend another week on the ground. Might have seen it on my taxi, it was a little bit wobbly. But apart from that, I'm doing good. Alright, so now let's quickly well, just while I see the comment from Triforce Gamers there, why are you ignoring my questions? I asked like 4 times the same question. Please don't ignore people's question, though it can be chaotic at times. Well, mostly because I'm trying to cover a topic at a time. And, you know, it can be difficult to just pick up any question, especially while things are going on, like while we're doing preparations and stuff. I'm not intentionally ignoring you, it's just that, you know, if I interrupt all those things, then wouldn't really help, would it? Okay, so entering Norwegian airspace over here at Lindvi. So let's just have a look at this. We basically stay within Norwegian airspace for the entire time until Burix. So what would happen in the real world? They'd give you direct to Burix. So why don't we just do the same? We just passed Lindvi, 196.5. And our fuel used over here is 27.4. So quick look down into the flight plan. Lindvi, an hour into the flight, 58 minutes for us, that's good enough. 192.9 versus 29.8. Yeah, so we currently have 4,000 pounds more fuel. That's just about fine. Okay, so then... Tripods Gaming, I promise I'll answer your question in a moment. In the meantime, Wisehead, thank you so much for the £10 donation. So here's a good question. Which do you prefer, the A330 flight deck or the Boeing 777? And do you have any pros and cons between each flight deck that you'd like to share? I prefer the A330. And the reason for that is that it's a bit more spacious for the crew. So if you look at the 777, you just got that huge thing in the front of you blocking the tray table. Apart from that, I think Airbus is a bit more logical. Like especially the overhead, you know, the switches are just off or auto, and if anything is wrong, the switch lights up, and that's it. On the Boeing, you know, sometimes you have advisories down there, like you've got the low pressure lights or the fault lights, then you need to switch the switch around. I think Airbus is a bit more intuitive there. But the primary reason why I prefer the A330 over the 777 is because you don't have that thing in front of you. It's just more comfy, and let's face it here, it doesn't really make much of a difference whether I use a stick or a control column. Both aircraft are fly-by-wire anyway, so that doesn't matter. And, well, that's really all there is to it. I hope I answered your question with that. And now, Triforce Gamers, let's find that question from yours. Just gotta scroll up a little bit in the text. Hi Emmanuel, why does it happen that radio altitude callouts don't happen on every approach, even though when stable on the glide slope? Normally they should, unless you deselected them in the airline options. There is an airline option where you can deselect them, like if we go down here, PMDG setup, aircraft, equipment. Over here you can disable some. But depending on what's enabled or not, the only other reason why it might not give you the callouts that you've been looking for is really if you are, if you've got anything that overrides them, like for example a glide slope warning or any other GPWS warning. And then Let's Tony asked, new NADP1 procedure in Frankfurt. Not really. The reason we did the NADP1 is because we had to meet a restriction. So, if you look at the departure chart over here, Delta Fox 233 above 3,500. If we pitched down to accelerate, we would not have been able to make that. So we checked that on the taxi. You can see that in the review of the stream later on. If we flew the standard noise abatement procedure 2, we would have been here in 2,200. So to meet that restriction, I opted for noise abatement procedure 1 instead, in order to climb at a steeper angle initially and make that restriction over here. By the way, in case you're wondering, the restriction itself is due to airspace. Basically, those two waypoints, Delta Fox 233 and Delta Fox 131, they mark the boundary of where the controlled airspace rises up a little bit. Therefore, this one gives you more time to climb, but this one makes the right turn into the different airspace earlier. And yeah, that was the reason why we did NADP1. So Triforce Gamers, I had a glide slope warning. Yeah, you know, you can cancel that over here using the GS inhibit button. If you press that, the glide slope warning is going to go out. So, Kappa Meteon asked, what country has the busiest airspace in your opinion from real life? That's gotta be the United Kingdom. That's definitely the United Kingdom. The area over London is unrivaled. The US is nothing against that, even though it can get busy there as well. And Kenny Hula, by their reputation, do you think the Inibuild A350 will be study level, considering also how quick they are rolling it out? No, I don't think so. I think the Inibuild 350 is going to be a similar level as their 320, with a couple enhancements. A similar difference between what they did with the 310 and the A300. But I don't think it's going to be study level, no. It will be covering all the normals, I'm pretty sure on that. So, we're about approaching the 20 minutes before we enter the oceanic airspace at Burix. So, a quick check. Right now, there is no VATSIM controller online there. So let me just show you how we would prepare the oceanic entry in real life. So approaching our time marker over here, we'd go ahead and prepare our oceanic clearance request. Now let me just quickly return to real time over here. So we go ahead and prepare the oceanic clearance request. We enter at Burix, so obviously we enter that over here. Our ETA at Burix is gonna be 1343. ATC facility, I do believe it's Bode. Yeah, Bode, ENOB. Flight level, recommended 320 right now. It's a random routing, so I'm not at all worried about not getting clearances to a higher level later. So let's request 320, which is our optimum. Mach number, let's see. Well, if the plane wants to fly 83 that precisely, we can enter 83. Free text, well, we can't accept higher, so we are just going to stay pretty much right here. So we don't need to enter any free text. And once we arrive here, 20 minutes before Burix, that's when we are going to send this out. Well, and that's pretty much the oceanic clearance request that we have to prepare for over here. So, JNC5894, thank you very much for the $10 donation. Thanks for all your videos. I'm flying Mumbai-Dubai route you did a couple of weeks ago. Awesome, enjoy that one. I really do like those short routes that Emirates flies. I do really like those. And Triforce Gamers, thank you very much for the $5.99 donation from you as well. Thanks Emmanuel, and sorry for being a bit annoyed, not intended by any means, have a great flight. Thank you so much, no problem at all. Okay, we're passing the point 20 minutes before, sent that out, even though of course there is currently no ATC online, so I'm probably not gonna get any answer to it. And Noah, no, you do not enter step climb requests in the free text. Sherwin Scott, that's, well, Sherwin Scott is asking, if the A300 is study level, why wouldn't their A350 be? Well, the A300 is not study level. It's good, but hands on hearts, it's not study level, it's medium-ish. It's good, but not study level. It is a good airplane, don't get me wrong there at all. I do really enjoy flying it. But study level, well, try to fly, for example, the Bavis 1 Delta departure from Heraklion on runway 27, and you will immediately see why it is not study level. Alternatively, go ahead and do a couple of nice system failures and see how the airplane is gonna react. It is a good airplane, but there is more to it to become study level. So, Kappa Meteon, do you need an oceanic clearance even when not flying map tracks? Yes. For any oceanic, for any crossing in oceanic airspace you do. And we cross Bode Oceanic, then we cross Reykjavik, and from there we leave towards Edmonton. But the entire segment over here, those 3 FIRs are oceanic airspace, and you must not enter any oceanic airspace without... You must not enter any oceanic airspace without clearance. Now, of course we gotta keep in mind that every FIR is doing those clearances differently. So, for example, up here, Bode Reykjavik, you send them the clearance request, but all that you're going to get is an automatic answer that will say fly planned route or as amended by ATC. And that's it. That's basically how the entire North Atlantic will look from the end of the year onwards. But by now, it's only the northern sectors that have implemented this yet. They want you to advise them that you're coming, and in case of Bode and Reykjavik, they want that 20 minutes before entry. But from there on, you're basically left on your own. Okay, so many questions down there. We'll get to them in a few moments, but first things first, we gotta prepare for our ETOPS entry. So let's go ahead and have a look at that. We still remember our flight planning, of course. Can quickly go down here as well to see the map. So here we go. Nope. Here we go. So Bergen is gonna be our entry. And then let's start by requesting the latest Bergen weather. So, Atus requests ENBR. We get that from Vatzim. Sent. Okay, here it is. Bergen information Alpha at 1420, surface wind 180 at 3, visibility is good. Okay, very good weather conditions down there. So we can go ahead and draw that ring around Bergen. At 410 miles. We'll get to the rest of the ETOPS points later on. So next up we've got Iqaluit, Charlie Yankee Fox Bravo. Let's go ahead and request that weather as well. And this time we do need the TUF, so I'm gonna go for the TWIP request. In the real world I'd use the company menu and then the weather request menu over there. I do hope that PMDG is going to implement that soon. Okay, so TWIP request, we are looking for Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Bravo. Single request from Vatzim, sent. So, passing Burix for the oceanic entry, 10 minutes after Squawk 2000. So we need a new time marker here at, well, that's 13:43, so we're gonna make it 13:53. Here we go, that's our reminder that we gotta go Squawk 2000. Okay, so here's the TUF for Iqaluit. And, well, what's the time? 13:44. So we are looking for the weather. Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna make it easy. Just look at the ETOP section for our plan. Where is it? Oh man, here we go. So Iqaluit, 1718 till 2101. And if we look in here, that's all good weather around that time. So Iqaluit can be used as well. So Charlie Yankee Fox Bravo it is. And again, 410 mile ring. Here we go. Now Luigi, that's a very good question there. In what case do we use the heading reference button? We'll get to that throughout the flight. Basically, when flying close to the poles, or when flying in the Canadian and northern domestic airspace, which we are going to fly to, so we'll be looking into that in a few moments. Okay, let's just quickly finish up with our weather requests here. So the last one we need to verify our ETOP segment is gonna be Yellowknife. So let's go ahead and request that weather as well. And we need the condition from 1901 till 2101. So Yellowknife, yeah, a little bit gusty, the rest is unchanged. Happy. Okay, so with that we now know that we can fly the entire ETOP segment of that flight. So approaching 13:53, that's where we're gonna go Squawk 2000. Now a couple of you have been asking, why Squawk 2000? That's because the air traffic control systems on both sides of the pond, so the European system and the North American system, may not use the, or may allocate the same squawk twice. So for that reason, when you're flying oceanic where there is no radar anyway, well, then you just gotta go to 2000 en route, and when you get to the other side, they're going to allocate a new squawk to you. Now, the only interesting question is, do we have to squawk 2000 while flying through the Reykjavik FIR, since they do have radar over here? And I actually don't know the answer by heart, so now what we do is go into the en route charts and into the route manual, and in there I would simply read up on it, whether we gotta go 2000 or not. Now, unfortunately, Navigraph doesn't provide the Airways manual together with the JPES charts, so we're kinda left on our own over here in regards to whether we need to squawk 2000 or not. It's a little bit unfortunate, unfortunately. Kind of repeating myself there. It's a little bit unfortunate that Navigraph doesn't provide that data, but yeah, that's what you would be doing in the real world. So all I can do is well, I could check my EFB offline, of course, but, well, so be it. We'll just say that since we are going to cross Greenland afterwards, over here it's definitely 2000, so let's just go squawk 2000 now. There is no ATC online at the moment, otherwise we could of course always ask ATC, but generally you kind of try not to ask them, because it makes you look like you don't know what you're doing, so you're flying long haul. You got all the time in the world, so simply read it up. Funox, when using time acceleration and flying on VATSIM, how do you handle position reports? Do you set the time back to the real time in-game? No, but we don't need to do position reports anymore anyway. That's a thing that you did 20 years in the past, so that's nothing for us to worry about. In the year that I'm flying the A330 now, I haven't done a single position report, because it's all ADS-C. So that stuff is all automatic. Okay, well, so over here we enter the ETOPS area. Might just get a quick weather update from Keflavik as well, because why not? So, just give me an Aegis over here. We'll just see what the weather is like. Only because the forecast said that we can't land there doesn't mean that we can't just use it as an en route diversion nonetheless. And looking at this right now, surface wind 160 at 20, visibility 3000, clothes broken 400. Yeah, we can land there. So it is usable as an alternate. And in that reason, why not use it? Okay, here we go. That's our alternates prepared. So, a couple of you asked earlier, how can you use time acceleration on VATSIM? The VATSIM Code of Conduct includes some specifics there, and there is an additional document to the Code of Conduct that gives you some more details as to what you can and what you cannot do. So, in general, we are absolutely allowed to use time acceleration on VATSIM. It is expressively permitted in the Code of Conduct. However, we need to keep in mind a couple of things. The first thing is that if you are in an airspace that is currently staffed by an air traffic controller, then you need to ask the controller for permission if you can use acceleration in his sector. Now, if the controller approves, then you can use it. If no controller is online, then you are allowed to use time acceleration as well. But there are a couple of rules that come to it. Number one, normally you would be allowed to leave your connection unattended for a certain while on VATSIM, up to 30 minutes by the Code of Conduct. If you are accelerating, you must not leave your connection unattended at any moment. In other words, let's say you are flying, you need to go to the toilet, or you want to cook something, either disconnect or just go back to real time for that period in time. Now, going on, going on from there, when we are using time acceleration, then we need to avoid any traffic around us. So let's say that another aircraft is approaching us from the left. Normally, according to the rules of the air, if someone is approaching us from the left, that guy needs to give way. If someone is coming from the right, we need to give way. It's the same that most countries employ on the road, right before left, so whoever comes from the right has the right of way. That's an easy way to remember it, isn't it? So whoever comes from the right has the right of way. If we are using time acceleration, that rule no longer applies. The code of conduct explicitly states that if you are accelerating, you need to avoid anyone else. Which is kind of logical, isn't it? So we need to avoid whoever is there. Well, that much about this part. What else is there? Well, we must make sure that we don't infringe the experience of others. In other words, don't collide with anyone, as always. And I think that's all the rules there are to using... Oh, and of course, if you're approaching another controller's airspace, you need to turn time acceleration off in a timely manner before entering that airspace, so that the controller can start to plan. Of course, you can just go back to real time, send the controller a message like, hey, I'd like to accelerate through your airspace, and then the controller can approve it at any time. But that's up to the controller. Well, and I think that's pretty much all there is to it. And following these rules, you can absolutely use time acceleration on VATSIM. And talk about using time acceleration, we're currently using 4x over here, but since we're now over the water, nothing around us except for water and clouds, and no traffic in the area as well, we can also increase our simulation rate to 8x, so that our flight gets over a bit quicker. You can see now I have a little bit of lag here in my sim, but overall it's still performing pretty nicely up here using 8x acceleration. So, Flights Omega at Skarvik, thank you very much for the 235 Norwegian crown donation. Good entertainment while I'm on my way to Heathrow from Nairobi in the 777. Have a good flight, sir. Greeting from Norway. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. And Scapo, have I flown the LDA approach runway 22 or 23 at Haneda? No, I haven't, but I probably should. It's probably a good idea to do that at some point on the channel. So, crossing 10 degrees west, let's do a little fuel check over here. So, 10 west, here it is. Should be 2 hours 40, 159.4, 63.4. So, we're over it right now. 237 versus 240, 159.4, and we have 163.3. So that's again about 4,000 pounds more. 60.7 used versus 63.4. That's about good enough. Okay, so with that, we're on the way. Final thing here, by the way, in regards to oceanic operations, some of you asked, so what about maintaining a constant Mach number? Well, with the new system, that is not going to be applicable anymore. So with the system that they now just send you flight planned route or as amended by ATC, you can maintain your cost index speed. That's pretty cool. That is going to be a tremendous saving. A tremendous fuel saving for the industry. And of course, therefore, a tremendous CO2 saving for the planet as well. Okay, so, Arko Saxman, do airlines in Europe have a pilot seniority system similar to the US? It depends, of course. Some airlines do, others don't. For example, my airline, both my previous and my current, didn't have a seniority system, But, for example, KLM, Lufthansa, Air France, especially the legacy carriers, usually do. Now, Bavel Benjamin, do you have any words on how far ahead FS Labs are progressing, and when can we expect any news from them? I have no idea, I'm sorry. Say Toga, how do you calculate if the flight is enough? I'm not quite sure what you mean with that, my apologies. So, going a little bit further up in the chat then, there were so many different questions that I just didn't have the time to answer yet. Xenox had asked, can you fly an offset with a 777? Yes, you can. Offset is done through the route page, and down here you've got the offset feature. Enter, for example, 1 right, if you want to go 1 mile offset to the right, execute, and then the plane is flying the offset. I'm not going to do it on this flight though, since we are flying a random route, so we don't really have to offset over here. Now, Haloka asked, can we simulate GPS jamming with the 777 on MSFS? Well, not really, and I'm pretty sure that the license agreement between PMDG and Boeing would not allow PMDG to implement that. Mavericks, is offset used in China? That's a good question, which I can't answer straight away. You would have to look into the route manual, and the route manual would tell you about that. But I think, well, just going off my mind, I think they use it. But, again, you'd have to check the route manual for that. Savage has asked, you inspired me to do the DLR test. Did it on Thursday. I'm very excited. Well, best of luck, my friend. How did it go? Really, really wishing you best of luck. Did you apply with the European Flight Academy, or where did you do it? So, approaching Greenland. Another aircraft over here, but far above us, so we don't have to worry about him. As we're approaching Greenland, as we're approaching some land, let's ensure that our aircraft, or that our performance stays up to the task. Going at 8x over land, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. However, there is not a lot that it would have to load down here. And man, just look at this. Just look at the beautiful landscape over here. For me, flying over Greenland is always a highlight when we're doing flights such as Calgary or Las Vegas. It's always a highlight to look at this. Especially those mountains here. Just look at it down there. Just beautiful, isn't it? Just completely beautiful. Just sitting here enjoying the view right now. Sorry, guys. We'll be back to answering your questions in a moment. It's just such a different world flying over Greenland. It's not comparable to anything else that at least my airline flies over. But as you can see down here, it's not all iced up anymore. You can really see the ice is melting. And that's especially in the real world as well. I'll probably have some in-flight video for you guys over the course of the next couple of weeks. And Chris, nice to see you here. So, entering a couple of clouds. Now, clouds over Greenland are something interesting. It can get really, really hard to distinguish whether you are looking at clouds below you or whether you are looking at snow. Sometimes you just fly over there and you have a complete whiteout. You just have to rely on the instruments and you can't trust anything else anymore. And of course we are right within the clouds, so we are right within where the turbulence sits. You can see a bit of that over here, but doesn't seem to be enough to force us to turn the seatbelt signs on yet. Well, and that's it. The middle of Greenland is literally just white over white, so this is normally where you do this, followed very soon after by this. The sun really reflects very, very strongly from Greenland, so it's not good for your eyes. Personally, when I'm flying over there, I always have the sunglasses on and I put all these sun visors in place because it's just so incredibly bright down there. Okay, so at 40 west we should probably conduct another fuel check. Also there's the step climb point slowly coming into view. But the maximum is 345. Yeah, we'll have to consider whether we can do that step climb. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. But we'll wait until the recommended goes up to level 340 as well. 3 hours 40 into the flight right now. Well, look at that chart, man. There's really not a lot in this area. Not a lot at all. There is, of course, Sondrestrom Fjord over there, Bravo Golf Sierra Foxtrot, which can serve as an alternate in case you start running into a fire or something that just forces you to land immediately. But apart from that, Reykjavik behind us, Iqaluit in front of us, and those airports on Greenland, you can use them to land, but getting the airplane out there again, that's going to be the interesting part. There have been cases of wide-body operators who had to offload all the passengers in Greenland, charter some ferries to get the passengers away from there and the cargo, and then they had to defuel the aircraft all the way to the minimum, and then just send the almost empty aircraft on a ferry flight to Keflavik in order to be able to get it out again. Oh, fuel low center. Okay. Then let's go ahead and turn those center pumps off. And here we go again. And Say Toga is asking, when you fuel the airplane, do you just make it full like a car or take what is enough? We just take exactly the minimum we need and the minimum we use to safely operate the flight. Normally the calculations are done from a dispatch office, such as, for example, Lufthansa Integrated Dispatch Operations, or Lido, or Jeppesen is also offering such services. Then of course some airlines are using other systems, but normally you have a dispatch office that calculates exactly how much fuel is needed, and that's the amount you take. No more than that. Okay, approaching 40 west. Let's go ahead and do the next fuel check there. So, 40 west, 4 hours 1, 133.2. So, 4 hours 1, on time, 133.2. Well, that's about the same 4,000 pounds that we had on top the entire time already, so that's good to go. Recommended flight level now 340. Okay, in that case, let's go ahead and do the step climb. So in the real world, we do the step climb like this. Let's just return to real time and I'm going to show you. So it's all CPDLC here. Voice communication is basically not used at all. Only to check in and thereafter CPDLC. So how would we do the step climb? ATC, level request, 340. Why is that invalid? Probably have to select this first. Yeah, level 340. And you could request some non-standard stuff here, but what is sometimes important here is due to weather. So you might just request a different flight level due to weather, for example. That's normally done when you're entering some turbulence. Today we just want to do a standard step climb, so we'd enter that, press send, and then eventually ATC would return with a clearance to do the step climb, and when that comes, rotate it up and off we go. That's about, again, as easy as it gets. That's long haul flying for you guys. It's really... there is stuff to do, but not as much as some people would expect. So the next boundary is gonna be, well, somewhere over here, I suppose. So 70 west is probably the boundary. We could go ahead and copy that into the fixed pages like this. Well, or you just keep a good eye on the chart. Personally, in my old airline it used to be SOP to mark these things on the fixed pages, but I kinda prefer to just have that en route chart open anyway like this, so I know where the boundary is. The good thing is that in my old airline we didn't have any connectivity on the electronic flight bag. In my new airline, by plugging the EFB into the USB port, the airplane can communicate with the EFB and can send things like the position, for example. Okay, so, well, I'm just gonna turn the time acceleration back on again. You guys know what it looks like when you reach a new altitude, right? So, here we are. Well, and since we're up at level, let's go ahead and turn on 8x acceleration once again. Just gonna keep a good eye on the frame rate here, making sure it doesn't drop too far, because MSFS has that nasty tendency to crash the desktop when it just completely can't load the scenery anymore. But we'll get around that. Brandon, could I please go over adding a marker for a given time for a waypoint? Of course we can. So, in general, time markers are pretty easily done. On the fixed page down here you've got prediction ETA or altitude. You enter time, say for example right now it's 1610. Let's say I want a marker at 1620. You enter 1620, Zulu. The Zulu indicates that it is a time, not an altitude. Put that into here, and there goes your marker. And that's about as easy as it gets. That's all you need to do for this. And when? Well, when would you use it? Basically whenever you need a reminder. For example, when you are conducting controlled rest, so when your colleague gets tired and needs to sleep a little bit on the flight deck, then you would have to call the cabin crew in a certain time interval. That's a safety procedure to ensure that both pilots don't fall asleep unnoticed at the same time. And that is an example when I would be using the time markers. So say our colleague wants to do controlled rest right now, and let's say that the airline has an SOP that every 20 minutes the pilots or the remaining pilot needs to call the cabin crew. Then I would set myself time markers for every 20 minutes. So every time I pass a marker, I know I need to call the cabin crew to ensure that they know that I'm still awake. And well, if I don't make that call, then they are going to call me. And well, that call would of course wake the colleague up because it's just a very loud buzzer in the cockpit. So, reaching the shores of Greenland again. Just look at those fjords. That must be amazing to do a cruise down there and see all those from down below. On my last flight in my career, I'm probably just gonna go down low and do a little bit of sightseeing before continuing on to the destination. Oh, but then it won't matter for me anymore if I'm gonna lose the license over that. Well, just joking, of course. And Flights Omega at S. Skalvik. So vertical speed is not used for steps. I've heard that vertical speed at 500 feet a minute is used as well. Yes, sometimes it is used. Some colleagues actually do use it for the reason that the engines don't run up all the way to maximum climb power. So that just makes it stay a little bit more quiet. And some say that that increases passenger comfort. Have to say, personally, I fly the airplane the most efficient way, which is just go VNAV. But some people do it like that and other people do it like this. Matt Manon, have I used time acceleration on the Phoenix A320? Yes, but it only supports 2x. And you gotta select that through the MCDU. It can't do more than double simulation rate. Unfortunately. Would be really nice if it did, but yeah. So Pranav Srinivasan, my apologies for the pronunciation. Could you explain how you set up your UFT map for this flight? Like, do you use Navigraph or PMDG maps and which settings? Of course, so I use the Navigraph maps. I synchronize the position with the aircraft position. Well, personally not a huge fan of the vertical profile, so I am just gonna ignore that one. Yeah, that's my general setup. Now, personally, I'm a huge fan of the night setup because FIR boundaries are visible easier, but I'm kinda trying to force myself to use the daylight setup a little bit more. Well, suppose it works either way. And for the zoom setting, I just use something that's sensible. For example, right now, this far to the north, this zoom setting over here doesn't really show me anything useful, so unfortunately the next setting further out is far too far out, so I kinda gotta go with a compromise here. Normally I like to set it in a way that I can see the next hour or two of flight ahead of me. But of course, depending on the amount of detail that I want to see, I change it more or less on the go. Okay, so we're about to enter the Canadian Northern Domestic Airspace. Let's see if that one is actually marked on the chart here. On the Lido charts that my airline uses, they have a very nice marker for the Northern Domestic Airspace. Unfortunately not over here, it seems, but we are flying through it. In the Northern Domestic Airspace, due to the proximity of the magnetic North Pole, true north is used as a reference. And when the airplane detects that it is within that certain part of airspace, it will automatically select true north, but it is good airmanship that we go for it manually here as well. So true north is now selected. You can see the true track is 271 while the magnetic track here is 305, so that's already some 34 degrees difference there. And for now we are going to continue on true reference until we are outside of the Northern Domestic Airspace. So, Iqaluit is about an hour to the left. Yellowknife is next. And Madhav Menon, how much time does it take to complete the 13 or 14 hour flight with time acceleration? Well, it depends on how much acceleration you can handle. Basically, I like to take about flight time divided by acceleration plus approximately 45 minutes. That's how I approximate how long a flight is going to take in real time when I plan to use time acceleration on it. And Brandon, do I know why there is such a massive FPS drop when flying over the North Pole in MSFS? I'm afraid I don't. T. Tutko, hello from Virginia. Hi. I have an issue when I land the 777 that in order to taxi I have to flip off the 2 auto throttle arm switches, otherwise my throttle does nothing at all. Is that normal procedure? No, that's not normal procedure at all. And it shouldn't be necessary. I can't think of any reason why that might happen, but open a support ticket on support.pmdg.com and over there you can get help with that issue. So, passing 70 degrees west, quick check, 5 hours 13, 114.7. Compare that with the flight plan. 70 west, 5 hours 14, 110.7. So, yeah, we are running good in terms of fuel, running good in terms of time. What else could you ask for? Weather is not so much my concern. We know that Iqaluit is good. Otherwise, we might just have requested some new weather over here. Well, and like that, we can simply continue along our flight. So by now, we would probably have terrorized the cabin crew to get us some proper lunch or some proper dinner there. Well, lunchtime, I believe, right now. I'm thinking dinner since it is 1700 UTC. In German time, that's 7 PM already. But we're flying a US airline, so for obvious reasons, it's gonna be lunchtime for them and not dinner time yet. So, Haloka, isn't the PMDG 777 a bit nose-heavy? I wouldn't know why. I don't think it is. Nobody asking in the comment, hello from India, could you tell me how you request ATC clearance in the PMDG 777? Well, that depends of course on what kind of clearance you want. If you're looking for IFR clearance, then you use the com page, flight information, and over there you can request it. But after the live stream is over, we did that on the ground in Frankfurt, so I do recommend that you are just going to review that part of the stream, and there you can see it in action. And Adri Pilot, we should do airport overload on VATSIM like FlightAct to Sim. Well, I have to admit, personally, I'm not a huge fan of doing that, because it's, you know, not that realistic. Well, maybe in New York or something, but we won't be able to overload New York. I'm pretty sure of that. And Dutch Charlie, by the way, does anyone have the same problem that the middle center display, that's the lower MFD for you, on the 777 isn't working? No, I don't. It's working just fine. Here you go. Nav display, homepage, checklists, all there. Working just fine. I do recommend that you open a support ticket on support.pmdg.com to get help with that issue. In general, for any problems, my recommendation is always to open a support ticket. Okay, some traffic over there. Doesn't seem to be a factor for us though. More than 20 miles, so we are good to go. Again, according to the VATSIM Code of Conduct, we must avoid him if we are using time acceleration, but as you could see, that was not a problem avoiding him whatsoever. And I think that was the KLM flight there, looking at VATSpy. So, when is the next step climb due? A long time ahead, in about an hour and a half. Earliest, of course. We're making up a bit of time here. 22:36 ETA right now. That's good going. Okay, easy going. And Loic, taxi cam is missing. Yeah, unfortunately. MSFS just doesn't support these at the moment, so Not much that you could do about it. PMDG did try, but the sim just didn't support it, unfortunately. Have to live with what we get, huh? Say Toga asks, do you usually get clearance to land or do you have to request it first? You get it. Whenever you make your contact with a tower controller on approach, well, the tower of course knows what you're up for, so he's going to issue the clearance as soon as he can. And Tom0172, hi Manuel, how do you have so much time to fly the sim even though you're a real life 330 pilot? Well, I do use a lot of the off time I have to pre-record videos. So a lot of the videos you'll see come online are indeed pre-recorded over the off days I had beforehand. That's especially a point when you simply have off time in during the week. So when your friends, girlfriend, family, when they are working and you have off under the week, you know, what should you do? You have a lot of time then, so might as well use some to record like 3 or 4 videos in a row and then release them afterwards, one by one, on my next duty days. Then of course, depending on where I fly to, you know, we do a lot of flights to the west, so a lot of flights to Canada, USA, to the Caribbean, and whenever we do those flights, we basically end up still waking up at a normal German time. So let's say if I wake up at 6, or let's say at 8 AM German time, that's going to be 2 AM on the US East Coast or the Caribbean. And that's going to be 11 PM on the West Coast. So what shall you do at that time? You can't do anything. No restaurants are open, no bars are open, nothing. So, well, what are you gonna do? Sit in the hotel room, take out the laptop, record a video. And then of course over the last couple of days I actually injured my legs, so right now I'm grounded anyway for the next week or something. Hopefully thereafter I'll be flying again. So yeah, stuff happens. You might have actually seen it on my taxi out. That was a little bit wacky. Hen Amir Real, do you get 100 flight hours a month during some hot seasons? Oh yeah, absolutely. And Emmett Nemesis, how do you set up time acceleration in the MCDU in the A330? Well, I'd say you set yourself a time marker half an hour prior to the destination. You put your alarm clock up, and then you fall asleep. Does that count? Somehow at least? Okay, so let's take a quick look at our flight plan and enter the equal time point. Here it is, ETP 6625.9. And west 9218.4. Alright, just overhead the equal time point right now. Well, that was good timing, but definitely not intentional. So, Charlie Yankee Zulu Foxtrot can insert that over here. We need 410 miles ring. Someone asked earlier where the 410 comes from. That basically comes from the speed that the airplane can fly with an engine failure in cruise. So let's say we have an engine failure, we drift down to wherever the airplane can go safely. Well, the cruising speed you are going to fly then, that's 410 knots in the 777. Some operators are certified a little bit higher, others a little bit lower. It always depends on the operator certification. But in general, you need 60 minutes in order to be outside the ETOPS area. So what we mark with the ring basically is the area at which we are going to enter the ETOPS. And as you can see, in about 160 miles we'll be out of ETOPS again. Easy going. Very easy going. And hi Cubian, I do apologize for not pronouncing your name correctly, probably. Why are pilots not allowed to disclose the airline that they fly for? Well, it's not exactly that you're not allowed to disclose it. The problem is what happens when you do and when something goes wrong. Let's say, for example, if I would publicly say that I fly for, let's just take out a random airline, let's say I fly for Emirates. And if I say on my channel that I'm an Emirates pilot, and then something happens, let's say an Emirates airplane crashes, then journalists will start to dig, and they will eventually find your channel. And they will go over every single word you said. And eventually you will find the headlines in the newspapers: Emirates airplane crashed because pilots are incompetent, because that streamer pilot said some nonsense. Well, of course I'm going to say nonsense at time, because when you're talking for 4 hours straight on a live stream like this, of course there will be mistakes in there. That's normal human performance. And since I'm not a textbook, and since I'm, answering things spontaneously over here, of course there will be mistakes in there every now and then. But if something happens, if some journalist wants to piss the airline off, they're gonna start researching for what these airlines pilots did on social media, and they will start to take that apart. Obviously they have no clue, and they just prove that by doing just that. But unfortunately that's how modern media works, and unfortunately that means there is not all that much we can do about it. And for that reason I just don't say on the channel which airline I fly for, because yeah, that's what could happen. And of course another reason is that you're of course not allowed to disclose a lot of confidential information. And if I would go out and say like, yeah, I fly for Emirates and we use Costinex 36, well, is that confidential information? Probably not, since you can research it in public. But if something happens now and the airline wants to kick me out, they might start to go over any of my videos and they would say like, hey, you disclosed our cost index, that is confidential, you're fired. Well, do you want to risk that? Probably not. So, for that reason, just don't say which airline you work for, and that's probably the best thing you can do there. Just protect yourself. That's ultimately what it is about. Jens Waldram, hi Emanuel, I don't mean to spam, don't worry. How do you determine if you can meet the required climb gradient on the 737 for go-around or a sit? Couldn't find it online, so I thought you might know. Yeah, you can calculate the gradient, or you can enter the required gradient on the performance tool. Unfortunately, PMDG doesn't simulate that right now, at least not on the 777, I don't remember the 37. But if you go performance tool, landing and route, then in the real one you can enter the required gradient over here, and then it's going to do the calculation with that gradient in mind. And that is how you would do it. So, out of the ETOPS area, easy going. we can get rid of those. Okay, so let's just go ahead and update our alternate airports here. So now we've got Yellowknife, Edmonton, and let's just put Calgary in here as well, because why not? Here we go. Then we don't need you anymore, we don't need you anymore, and we don't need you anymore. There is only one more waypoint we can insert here, one more boundary. That's going to be when we transition into the US, and that's going to be just about at 17 West. So here we go, that thing is now entered as well. And let's just terminate those automatic ATIS updates. So, flight information, ATIS request, Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot, VATSIM, terminate, send. So, Derpy Pilot, how do you draw the ETOPS range points? Well, that's quite easy. You enter the airport on the fixed page and then you type slash and the distance. So, for example, slash 410. And that way you can insert it down here. And this entry now gives you that ring. Easy going, isn't it? Okay, let's cancel that away. Here we go. And here we go again. And that Derpy Pilot, so how do you get the distance for the ETOPS flights? You can get it out of your flight plan. So the easiest way is just to look down here at your flight plan and go down to the ETOPS section, and in there you will find that info. So we just go all the way down. Over here, for example, you've got the entry point based on Bergen, distance 440. So that's, for example, for that you would enter a ring of 440 miles. Okay, and now let's get back to the part of the flight plan that really matters for us here. And we can focus the en route chart as well again. Aviator, hi, nice to have you in the comments. And Ricardo Sands, will PMDG eventually add intersections into the Universal Flight Tablet? Well, I don't think there is a database available for those. And for that reason, I don't think they can source those anywhere. Well, and therefore I think they don't have them. I'm not exactly sure how Phoenix did that. I have a theory, but I'm not going to say that aloud. So yeah, that's that part, unfortunately. Pouring water. When you use CPDLC, how do you know all the logon codes for each airspace? Well, in the real world it's easy. Look at the en route chart. Look over here, that's the FIR boundary to Winnipeg, Charlie Zulu Whiskey Golf. And that's going to be your logon code. In the simulator, unfortunately, it works a bit different since everyone uses different codes than the real world. Since otherwise there would be a conflict between the VATSIM and IVAO controllers trying to staff the same airspace. So for that you gotta look into the controller info of the controller in question. So approaching 170 degree west, 7 hours 31 versus 7 hours 28. 70.3 scheduled, 75.8 on board, so we saved a little bit more fuel here. And we should have burned 152.5, and we have burned 148.4. Okay, easy going. And back towards the en route chart then. So we are slowly closing in on the southern border of the Canadian northern domestic airspace, and that is where we got to change back over from true north towards magnetic north. Now, the exact location of the border, of the southern border of the domestic of the northern domestic airspace is the line between Yellowknife and Churchill. So, well, we're probably past that line already, so let's go ahead and go to heading reference normal again. Here we go. So, recommended flight level now 360. Since we're under radar control, easy to get a clearance over here, so 360 it is. And up we go. And Yataka Goya, when you're using frame rate generation, do you get any issues with your fan blades? Yes, unfortunately I do. And Tony Daniel, I just cannot find a solution for this anywhere on the internet. How do you fix the Phoenix A320 input delay? I just cannot keep it on the center line compared to the fly-by-wire. Well, in my experience, the plane doesn't really have any significant input delay that would make it impossible to use. So my only answer there really is, well, I don't want to say learn to handle it, because that kind of comes across wrong, but in general that's what it comes down to. Yeah, that is really what it comes down to. That's all I can say about it. Okay, so Edmonton is the next en route alternate over there. Let's go ahead and request ourselves some weather. So, flight information, ATIS request, Charlie, Yankee, Echo, Golf. And we're gonna take that one from Vatham. Send. Okay, traffic along around 12 o'clock. But he is at least 10 miles laterally, so we are not infringing on his separation. But he is actually on a crossing course. Okay, I tell you what. Back to real time over here. He's crossing left to right. So let's go ahead and take an avoidance heading here of, let's say, 180. We'll deal with that weather in a few moments. First of all, let's avoid that traffic. He's going left-right, so well, let's take another 10 degrees here. 170. Like that, he should be going to the right, and then hopefully at least 5 nautical miles, and that is the minimum separation we need. So again, that's the Vatsum Code of Conduct. If we are using time acceleration, then we need to avoid any of the traffic. Obviously, we did get rather close to him using acceleration, so for that reason we need to avoid him. Even though, of course, by the normal rules of the air, he would be the one who has to avoid, since we are coming from the right. But using time accel invalidates that on VATSIM by the Code of Conduct, so for that reason we are the ones who have to avoid him. Okay, and that's the traffic avoided. Let's go direct to 117 west. We'll use the beam points here. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV. And now we can assume our normal route again. And Aviator, which airline are we flying? You guessed right, it is United. Here we are. And Avcik Zilas, can I do tutorial of the weather or more likely cloud radar on the 777? I wish I could, but any operating principle of a real-world weather radar cannot be applied to the Asobo radar. For that reason, I'm afraid I can't do a tutorial on it. I just can't. I really thought about if I could do one, but all I can say is the results are completely useless. So, well, all I can say really, I'm sorry. I wish I could do more on that weather radar. Whenever a realistic weather radar comes along, I promise I'm gonna make you a full tutorial. But, yeah. We don't have one right now. And unfortunately no option for one either. Okay, so we're clear of traffic. Let's go ahead and turn the time acceleration back on. Also, we just got the Edmonton weather down here. Information Juliet. And that is, well, good weather all around. Few clouds 4,000. Visibility more than 10. Excellent. So Edmonton is a suitable alternate for us at the moment. So, southbound then along the where's my route gone? There it is. That was strange. Okay, so southbound along the Rockies. Our next alternates are probably all gonna come from the right hand side there. Seattle, Portland, and then we're already down in San Francisco. Calgary, of course, is a usable one as well along our route of flight. Might just request the Calgary weather as well. So ATIS, Charlie, Yankee, Yankee, Charlie. Gonna go for this, and we're also going to get Seattle, KC. And we'll grab Portland as well. And then we have pretty much all our en route alternates covered. Okay, Calgary is excellent. Good visibility. Scattered clouds in flight level 300. Yeah, could be worse. Seattle. Same thing. Wonderful weather. And last but not least, Portland is awesome as well. Okay. Excellent. So the weather is good everywhere. And then we can continue along our route of flight. So we've got KSEA, which we can enter up here as an alternate. And just to help with the visualization, might as well just draw a ring across it. Over here. We know that we've got Edmonton here, Calgary here, so I'm not bothering with the second ring. We know where we are going. Well, and then it starts getting busy in terms of all the airports over there already on the display. That's always a good thing. That means you're re-entering civilization. Well, lots of civilization here as well. In fact, Calgary is a really nice destination from my airline. And Konali, you could do a weather radar tutorial on the PMDG 747 and P3D with Active Sky. Yeah, with only the problem that Active Sky doesn't really give you realistic frontal systems as well in P3D. So that's again a bit of a problem there. Okay, let's get rid of that. So, almost there. We almost made it. And Haik saying in the comments, I hear a lot of people complaining about the TFDI MD-11. Do you think it's worth the money? Well, best refer to my last two full flights I did with it. Even though they've been a little while ago, the plane hasn't advanced that much further from those videos. And make yourself an opinion of the plane. I think for what it offers, it's certainly on the more expensive side. On the other hand side, of course, due to the simple fact that it is an MD-11 and not a 777 or 747, they are going to sell less copies than, for example, PMDG will, just because of the fact that they decided to model a 777. So the MD-11 is just less popular than the 777 as airplanes, not talking about the add-on. For that reason, they need to ask a higher price in order to cover for the development costs. So that's why it is that expensive. Apart from that, well, of course it is not in an advanced state like any of the study level add-ons we have, but it is in a rather early state still, definitely beta software. Well, at least when I judge it again, or when I rate it against other betas that I've done over my flight sim career. So I recommend that you watch a lot of the videos that are available out there and make yourself an impression over the state that the airplane's in, and then you make up a decision there. I think that's the best thing you can do. But most importantly, well, most importantly, no, but personally, I'm always a big fan of ignoring the price of an aircraft, because, let's face it, if you want good quality, you need to pay for that quality. So, if a Leonardo Mad Dog costs $100, for example, then yeah, I can pay that. The only question that I'm really interested in is the airplane good? And Going Dutch Films asks, hi, why is the 777 staying in climb mode instead of cruise? I did a video on that just this morning. I can very much recommend to have a look at that. Alright, and we start to reach the Rockies. Beautiful look outside, isn't it? Let's look at that. Let's enjoy that beautiful terrain. Another aircraft over here, but we are more than far enough away from him. Starlog, have I checked Avia Planner? Yes. I find them fishy at the moment. I'm not going to go into much more details. I have checked them and I have not covered them for a reason. So, Tony Daniel, do I miss the 737 in real life? No. The A330 is a nicer airplane. So, I don't miss the 737 at all. Sorry to disappoint. Now, Loic, am I flying light aircraft in real life? Not really anymore. I thought about doing it again, but it just costs so much money to maintain that license that I have to say it's not worth the money to me. you need to fly at least 12. You need to fly at least 12 hours a year, plus do a check ride with an instructor. You know, those 12 hours, a flight hour costs at least 200 bucks, more like 250, 300. So times 12, that's 4,000 bucks gone. And what for? In my opinion, just not worth it at the moment to maintain that rating. I might just renew it at some point, but at the moment, just not really worth it for me. So, passing 17 west, that's basically where the boundary between Canada and the United States is. So we're entering US airspace right now. Seattle is off to the right, which we can use as an alternate if we need to. And Amir Real, have I thought about the A350? Oh yeah. I'm really hoping my airline's gonna get them. And Hen021, am I hyped for the Tolis A330? Well, not hyped, but I am certainly looking forward to it. X-Plane is just not my simulator. If they did it for MSFS, man, that'd be great. X-Plane, however, I just can't really get warm with that sim, so I'm definitely going to cover it, and I'm definitely going to do a lot with it, but, you know... Okay, and it looks like Seattle Center just came online, so let's just return to real time over here. They must just have logged on. I checked VATSPY a couple moments ago, and he wasn't there yet. So that's going to be 135.45. So let's say hello.
Start at 98, flight level, or at 30, 30,400 for 310.
Trying 3080, trying 3098, Seattle Center radar contact point.
Seattle, good afternoon, United 59 Heavy, level 360.
United 59 Heavy, Seattle Center ident. That was 2026, did you fill?
Flight level 50 climbing.
5662, Seattle Center router, radar contact. That was 2026, that's step 90 seconds.
So, since we're now inside controlled airspace, obviously we cannot use time acceleration unless we can get permission from air traffic control. And since he is rather busy, I am not going to request that on voice, much rather I'm simply going to send him a private message in which I'm going to ask him if it's fine if I am going to use it, and then we'll see how he responds. If he approves that we use time acceleration, you can...
Squawk. Let's see, Squawk 2161.
Squawk 2161, United 59.
The 2006, runway 16 right, number 2, quick order.
2161.
Seattle Center, American 662, with you 260.
American 5662, Seattle Center, roger.
Okay, gotta wait for his reply.
United 59, radar contact, say altitude.
United 59, flight level 360.
Left for 959 at Zoomer, cleared RNAV Yankee runway 2 on approach.
Zoomer, cleared RNAV Yankee runway 2 on approach.
He seems a little busy at the moment.
Seattle Center and get to it, going around.
Radius 32, fly heading 170, maintain 2000.
But that's not a problem. We'll wait for his answer.
Radius 32, enable save region for the go around.
Say again for 280.
Enable save region for the go around.
Okay, in the meantime, we can just enjoy the wonderful Pacific Northwest, huh?
Okay, that's 282, roger. Climb maintain 5,000, turn right heading 220.
Right heading 220, climb 5,000 and get to it too.
Center Southwest 3026.
The terrain is just really beautiful in this area, isn't it?
Southwest 2026, loud and clear, how
I
many?
do really appreciate it here.
Loud and clear, thank you.
It's just incredible how different the world looks. Just think about all the differences we have had along our route of flight today. Departed Germany in the typical European way of how things look.
Never usually anybody going in there.
Then came over Greenland, which was like completely different weather once again, and finally going down to northern Canada, again completely different airspace as well, and now we're here in the US, and once again getting down to California, things are going to look quite different again as well. That's something I do really appreciate about that long haul flying. And all the different styles of air traffic control, it really doesn't get boring. Really doesn't get boring. Man, I have to say, the plane really looks excellent right now. Look at the reflections on the model over here, look at the surfaces, that's really beautiful.
Alaska 959, wind 1805 or 921, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 21, Alaska 959.
And Avcik Zilas, would I fly the 777-200 and 300 if PMDG developed them too? I would. But there is not many routes with them because there just aren't many around.
The flight description is down to 240, John, Soto 98.
Air Canada 282, turn right heading 345.
Okay, so we start to leave the
Air Canada 282.
well, I think that is the outskirts of the Rocky Mountains there. Start to leave those, getting into the little bit more rural areas here.
Runway 16 center, hold short 16 left.
Crosswind, am I using the FT-Zone sound pack? Not at the moment. I did buy it, but since PMDG have done a couple updates, I'm rather happy with the PMDG version as well, and well, I'm just happy with it the way it is right now. But I will probably give it another try if and many of you are asking for it. Hike, can we expect the 777 freighter from PMDG? Yes, that's actually up next in line.
93 through 60.
And Pablo Escorace, do I know if the new Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 will have a new flight model? I think so. I believe they hired a guy from X-Plane, but apart from that, I don't think there has been any public information yet in regards to whether it is going to have a new flight model or not.
Course 16 left, left on power spot 55 to the ramp, Alaska 206.
Carolina 282, just want to maintain
And
4,000.
Wood 331 November, can we expect 777-300ER SF like the special freighters of the 737? I don't think so. Is that thing actually certified even by now? I do remember a small discussion about that during the beta period, and back then it wasn't even certified yet, so I have no clue if that plane is even certified by now. But I don't think that it's going to come. And Haik, the freighter will be a separate product. They are not going to be based upon one another, but you can get them all separate, as separate packages.
5 degrees right, heading 350 and get to it.
Romani Madronko, love your work, Amy. Keep it up. Thank you very much. So, still haven't received any answer from the controller. Sammy Tech Cookie, welcome as an economy class member to the channel. So, ATC still hasn't replied to my request that I sent him in regards to time acceleration, but it seems to get a little bit quieter on the frequency now, so I'm a little bit reluctant to do the request for time acceleration by voice because I just think that it's not that nice for all the other pilots, you know? If you just have so many people on the frequency like asking, can I use time acceleration? That's why I rather prefer to do it using the chat, but if he doesn't react to my private message, then I might have to ask him by voice. I'll just send him a second message.
Air Canada, Freshen Air, India 32, turn right heading 070, descend to maintain 3000, vectors ILS 16 right.
Okay, just send him another message there, we'll see. If we don't get a reply, by voice, or rather by chat, then we'll have to use voice. And Sami Takogi, yo, I've been following you for a month now. Amazing videos and narrating. Thank you very much, that is appreciated. And Shiro, when are you going to use true heading in that flight? Basically, in the northern Canadian domestic airspace. So, roundabout, if we just zoom out a bit, between here and here. So in that area we used it. But it's really like, doesn't make too much of a difference. You can do it now and you see, nothing happens. 15 degrees variation here it seems.
Philippines 125.
But yeah, easy going.
4760.
And Corin, I'm really looking forward to the PMDG 747-400. Do you know if it comes after the 777 line? After the 777, they will do the 737 MAX, and thereafter the 747. That's their plans.
Southwest 2026, descend and maintain level 340 for traffic.
Level 340, Southwest 2026.
Center India 282, localize the established runway 16 right.
Radius 32, 4 miles from Stanko, cleared ILS 16 for approach.
So, let's just find out where the FIR boundary is.
Cleared ILS approach runway 16 right, Air India 2.
So, Seattle is until
3098, request lower.
37 miles prior to Red Bluffs. So that is going to be RBL slash minus, what did I say? 67.
Trans 3098, the Spokane wind 180 at 5, safe approach request.
So RBL 02, that's going to be where we leave his airspace. So that is
request 21 for Giant 3098.
well, 45 minutes flight time ahead. That's a little bit too far for my taste.
16 right, clear to land.
16 right, clear to land, Air India 282, thank you.
Canada 789, turn left heading 150, descend and maintain.
And few questions if PMDG is going to do 787. I hope so, but let's be honest over here with the plans. With the plans they have right now, I would probably expect that they are going to be busy for the next 4 or 5 years. And whatever comes after that, well, personally I'm hoping for a 787, but I don't have any inside information there that I could share with you. Sorry for that. Well, and we still haven't gotten any answer to our text message, so I'm afraid I don't really like to do these requests by voice, but since he doesn't answer to text, United 59 Heavy request?
59 Heavy, go ahead.
59, any chance we turn on the hyperdrives and jump to 4x time acceleration?
Let's see, let me check your route.
Thanks. Awesome.
That should be fine. 4x time acceleration's approved.
4x approved, United 59, thanks.
Warp factor 4, Captain Kirk.
Awesome.
Giant 3098, are you able to accept the RNAS Zulu runway 21?
Alright, so this is exactly how it should be. Very good controlling there.
Giant 3098 at Zoomer.
He checked along our route to see if there is any conflicting traffic.
At Zoomer, cleared up.
He saw that there wasn't, and then he approved it. And that is exactly how you can use time acceleration in VATSIM, in controlled airspace.
Zooming across the sky.
I think that giant is just to the right of us, is he?
And Philippines 125, your radar contact. It's going to maintain level 310.
Gotta be somewhere over here. Well, that was beautiful. That was really beautiful.
789, do you have Tango yet?
Okay, back up to our seat here. Love it. And heavy metal pilot, don't you dare overtaking me, KLM 605. We'll see.
789, it's going to maintain 6,000.
We'll see about it. But I'll make sure to avoid you. Well, avoid running into you, that is. But I'm not going to do another stat climb. You're in 380, I saw that on VATSPY already. So I'm going to stay down in 360, so we shouldn't get in a conflict. Oh well. Dolph asked a little bit earlier on, Emmanuel, have you seen the immersion pack with that beautiful condensations? I have. It really looks splendid. I do have to say though, that I'm personally probably not going to get it, because whenever you see those beautiful effects and animations, I'm in the flight deck. I don't see them. I think that's more for those people who fly the airplane from the outside a bit more than I do. So parking broke, 9 hours 27, we are exactly on time. Should have 37.6, we have 44.3. So that is roughly 6,000 pounds extra.
Turn your transponder on mode C, please.
And 180.7 used versus 185.1. So saved about 5,000 pounds.
Turn your
Makes sense.
transponder on mode C in the movement area, please.
More Charlie for movement area, 282.
There it is. 282, cross 1016, center hold short.
Okay.
Approximately 16, 4 short, runway 16 left, and get with you.
So Haik, will we need to repurchase the 777 for FS24? I don't think so. And Andrew Phillips, hello, does the weather radar work properly in X-Plane? To be honest, it's been a year since I used X-Plane. Back then, I don't remember, sorry. And Funox, how come the weather radar works in the 777 but not the A320? Well, the thing is, it doesn't really work. It shows you that Asobo thing, but that is not a weather radar, that is something. And Phoenix decided, just like PMDG did on the 737 in earlier times. I mean, I could imagine that they are just going to port that one into it now, but you know, the problem is if everyone just integrates that Asobo radar now. The vast majority of people, those who don't know how a real-world weather radar works, will just be happy with it and will settle with it. That takes the pressure off Asobo, and that means we will probably never get a real working weather radar in the sim. That's kind of why I prefer what PMDG and Phoenix did before the 777, and just say that it doesn't work, we don't integrate it. Now that we have this display, well, that's my opinion there. It's not a weather radar, it's something. And Ricardo Sands, when SimBrief gives me step climbs, for example 340, and thereafter back down towards 320 and then back to 340, is the up and down realistic? Well, it depends on how close to one another they are. If they are further apart, so for example, if you climb to 340, stay there for an hour, then go back down, stay there for an hour, then go back up. That could be realistic, because the airlines would of course check for any effects that the wind would have, and if a significant gain can be made by descending and thereafter climbing back up again, then yeah, absolutely, an airline would plan that. But I know that Simbrief on some occasion plans a step descent for, 2 minutes and then goes back up. That obviously doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Simbrief does have some very good basics there, but isn't quite perfect yet. Overall, I have to say it's pretty good though. And say Toga, what's the best technique for landing on the center line? In case of the 777, you have to position the flight deck slightly upwind on the approach and then kick the rudder just prior to touchdown to align yourself with the center line. In case of other aircraft, for example the A330, they advise you to keep the flight deck exactly on the center line and then use the rudder to align the plane. It all depends on where the turning point is of the particular aircraft in question and a couple more factors, but in general the flight crew technique manual of the aircraft is going to give you more details there. Funox, may I ask, why is the weather radar provided by Asobo not good? I did explain that earlier in the stream. I could of course go over it again, but on the other hand side, I did do a dedicated video titled Why the Asobo Weather Radar is Useless about a year or so ago. I do recommend that you watch that, and in there I really go into details. And Davo, am I using time acceleration right now? Yes I am. Now Avcik Zilas, will you do the return flight? Not today. No, by the time we're on the ground, this will probably be a 4.5 hour stream, so I'm happy with that. Adrian, have I heard about Avia Planner? It's a new detailed Simbrief. Well, I have heard about them, but I haven't seen anything that would compare to Simbrief from them yet. I just think it's a bit fishy at the moment. What they offer doesn't really seem to make too much sense to me, so I'm a bit careful with them at the moment. I'm just a bit careful there. I don't want to go into too much detail here though, because I don't want to do them any injustice. But right now I'm just a bit skeptical. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. But that's all I want to say, because I don't want to do them any... I don't want to do any anything wrong to them without having soundproof for it. And Davo, we are over the US right now. Over the United States of America, aka North America as a continent, since you're asking. Okay, well. So I think that's the KLM over there.
250, join the runway 28 right, close wiser.
250, beautiful, isn't it? Bye. Sorry, KLM 605. Had to overtake you there.
277, I can give you 370 or 390 for direction of flight rules.
Roger, we take flight level 370.
Almost there.
370.
An easygoing 11-hour flight. 10 hours in the air right now. The top of descent is coming in.
125 descend via the Mariner 7 arrival, Seattle landing south, altimeter 3004.
So we can slowly start tidying up our FMC there.
Altimeter 3004.
San Francisco, 300 miles off. Obviously we are going to continue there.
At the airport site.
Canada 789, cleared visual, 2 right.
Cleared visual, 2 right.
Well, and here we go. And Mavericks, you're surprised ATC gave permission for time acceleration. But why? They check if there's traffic around and the code of conduct allows it. They can deny it if they want to. They don't have to provide a reason if they deny it. But, you know, in general, my experience using time acceleration on VATSIM for a long time now is really that most controllers approve it if the traffic situation permits. Most controllers are open to it for as...
United 59.
Oh, United 59, sorry, go ahead.
United 59, Oakland's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, thank you so much again, and have a wonderful day.
You too.
Alright, here we go, back in Honeycomb land. So yeah, my experience is that the majority of controllers is open for it, as long as the traffic situation makes it possible. Triforce Gamers, hi Manuel, I love the 777 and doing long hauls now, practically every day. But I get a bit bored when cruising. What is it? What pilots do in the plane while cruising? Just monitoring? Not just that. To be honest, we spend the majority of time talking to one another. Especially when you fly with several pilots. So on a flight like this, you would fly with either 3 or even 4 pilots. Now, European operators would do it with 3. Many American operators would actually do a flight like this with 4 pilots. But in any case, you spend a lot of time talking to your colleagues, you spend a lot of time talking to the flight attendants. Normally during the briefing I say that I would appreciate if everyone can find the time to visit us in the flight deck throughout the flight, so that we, you know, can get to know one another a little bit, and so that we get to know our colleagues, that we can make some plans for the layovers, maybe see if anyone plans to do another trip that you can join, or if you are looking for other people to join a trip that you might want to do. So we do lots of talking. And on top of that, obviously, a lot of time goes into checking the rules and regulations of the countries that you fly to. Like what we had earlier in this flight. Do we need to squawk 2000 when flying through the Reykjavik UAR? Or is that only when entering the Greenland UAR? That's stuff that you check all the time. But yeah, it's really mostly socializing, talking to your colleagues. And you wouldn't believe how quickly a flight like this can go over when you do that. My longest so far has been about 12.5 hours to Cancun, Mexico. And yeah, the time really flew by. But of course this is part of the reason why it is necessary that airlines do all those character checks. Why they analyze your personality when they do the assessments. They need to ensure that, you know, you generally have compatible people in the flight decks. Of course, sometimes some people fall through the raster, and sometimes it happens that you just sit next to one another for 8 hours, not exchanging a single word over what is operationally necessary. Or I should say on top of what is operationally necessary. But yeah, that stuff, that's how you spend most of the long hauls. Obviously, you also get to eat something, which usually takes at least half an hour, because we do, of course, get the good business class stuff up here. Well, that's how you spend your time. Okay then, talk about spending time. Let's go out of time acceleration now. We are just passing Romeo Bravo Lima. Can do a last fuel check over here. And then we can start with our approach preparation for San Francisco. So, loads of grabbing flight plans here, but here we go. So, Red Bluff, 10 hours 16 versus 10 hours 16, exactly on time. We should have 24.4, we have 30.3. And you stay there, my friend. I should have used 198.3, and we have used 193.5. Perfect. So we're good to go. In that case, you have control, and we'll start doing our approach setup here. So first thing first, flight information, ATIS request, KSFO. We'll take it from VATSIM, please, and we can take the automatic updates so that we get updated every time the new ATIS comes out. And Heavy Metal Pilot, now I dare you to land that thing at 4 times acceleration. Well, no. But I like the idea. I should probably do that on some video. Certainly not on this one. San Francisco information, Yankee. Wind 330 at 5, visibility over 10, clouds few 700, broken 1300, temperature 16, altimeter 3006. Here we go. Okay, and it's definitely still going to be runway 28 over there. Of course, if we just want to be 100% sure, we could check flight radar. I tell you what, why not do that? So, flight radar, we are looking at SFO. Bring me there on the map, please. Yep, that's definitely runway 28 in use. Alright, easy going. Then we know where we are looking at and where we're gonna land on. Recall, nothing in there. ECL, nothing in the notes, otherwise the button would show up over here. So we know that there is nothing special in terms of what our aircraft might need to consider for the arrival. Alright then. 300 knots looks good to me. Forecast page, let's go ahead and request that. Transition level 180 is correct. Might already get the charts out. Search, arrival, star. I think it is the Bodega 4 that we're flying at the moment. Starting at Murillo. 280 knots above level 290. So load that wind in. And then we continue towards Muscat, 280 knots between 280 and 240. Bogolo, 280 knots between 190 and 230. It's that one. Lose it, 280 knots between 14 and 16. That one, Bodega, below 13. And then we've got Cork, 250 knots, 11,000. Briggs, 11,000. Thereafter radar vectors, which is exactly what we plan to do. Alright, for the arrival, we'll take 28 left and 28 right. We'll plan 28 right for now. But we might change that on short notice. We'll see about it. So, starting at CPIN, which is the one over here in 3000. So, CPIN 3000, XML 1800, and yeah, we'll do manual speed control anyway, so let's not worry too much about this thing here. Alright, in case of missed approach, climb on. I'll climb to 3000 feet on SFO radio 281 to VQ intersection and hold. So we've got 281 to VQ 3000 feet, looking good. Minimum's 213. Here we go, set. Okay, I think that's mostly it, is it? FMC method, reset MCP altitude, yeah, we will. Okay, so we've got SFO VOR, we can tune that in here, 281 radial, since that is what the missed approach is based on. 11.7284, both of them check against the chart. Alright, excellent. So then, 25.4 for the arrival. That means we're gonna burn, well, that's roughly... Let's say we're gonna burn 4,000. Well, let's say 3,000, then we're on the safe side. So that's a landing weight of 514.6. So, performance tool, landing en route, San Francisco, runway. Come on. 28 right, import details and import weather, calculate 2061 meters. Let's see how good or not that is. And in the meantime, might want to start setting up for the descent here. So let's go ahead. 290 above is our first restriction, so that's what we're gonna set. Just gotta be sure with that aircraft in front there. He might... yeah, he might block us. Okay, well then we can only go down to the level 350 for now. I suppose we just start doing that now. Let's do level change here. 1,000 to go, and that traffic is blocking us, so we'll have to maintain 350 for the time being, and then catch up with the descent later. Okay, so 1 or 2, calculate. How far do we have it to the exit? We either go out, well, most likely in Gulf, I'd say. And that is 3,600 meters total. To Gulf, probably 3,000 meters-ish. So let's see, if we do auto brakes 2, that gives us 2,300. I think that's okay if we do it that way. Flaps 30, auto brakes 2, should be just about fine. So quick PA to our passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck, this is your captain speaking. We've started our descent towards San Francisco, flight time about half an hour. The weather over there currently 16 degrees and a little bit cloudy evening it is. Thank you very much for flying with us today. Hope that you have enjoyed your stay on board United Airlines, and we look forward to welcome you on board again soon. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a nice and safe continuous journey. Meine Damen und Herren, wir haben unseren Descent nach San Francisco gestartet. And the flight time is about, und die verbleibende Flugzeit etwa 30 Minuten. Wetter in San Francisco 16 Grad Celsius und eine leichte Bewölkung. Wir bedanken uns, dass Sie United Airlines geflogen sind, wünschen Ihnen einen angenehmen Aufenthalt, gegebenenfalls eine gute und sichere Weiterreise. Thank you for your attention. Oh god. Some American is probably going to severely dislike me for that announcement, but I can live with that. Okay, so we are clear of the traffic. Then level 240 is going to be next, and now we're definitely going to descend a little bit faster. So VNAV, speed intervent. Well, 280 knots is restricted now, so I guess we have no choice there. You're going to idle, my friend. And then we gotta use that speed brake. That traffic was just, well... Hand my thighs, that is the long stream. Nah, not that long. It's a short flight after all, isn't it? So, are we going to be able to make level 280? We need 4,800. Yeah, I tell you what. Full speed brake, then we will be able to make it. So we need 4,800 still, as we can see down here on the vertical speed required to reach Muscat at level 280. And 5,000 is going to be just fine to make that restriction here. Five degrees pitch down. We wouldn't want to pitch it down any further than that, but this should work rather well. Vincent, any new information about my book? Really depends a bit. Give me, yeah, 3 or 4 days, then I should be finished writing, and then comes the checking part. I have no experience with that, so I can't tell you how long the checking is going to go. I hope a week or so. So 1 mile to Muscat, and we're about to reach level 280, so that should work out just fine. Yeah, met the restriction. Just about, but we met it. Okay, speed brake coming in, and now we're on the geometric path descent here. Next up, flight level 190 as the lowest, so let's go ahead and dial that one in. Okay, are you ready for the approach briefing? So I don't have any threats for the arrival. It's home base. Well then, speed is in, forecast is in, fixed rings 25 for the MSA. Arriving via the Bodega 4 arrival, ILS approach, runway 28 right, flaps 30. We will use the reversers in idle and come off to the left, either the first or the second high speed, most likely the second. That should make our life a little bit easier. Okay then, apart from that, nothing special. Yeah. Got to cross 28 left after the landing, of course. So that's a bit of a hotspot there, but we'll just have a good look outside. We'll be using Honeycomb, and that's it. Now finally, we can quickly check where we are going to be parking. So a quick look at flight radar once again. So that is yesterday's flight, and looking down here, they parked down here. Which gate number is that? Can we read it? Not really, but the one to the left when you come in from the inner taxiway. And they took the second exit just like we just planned as well. Okay, easy going. So looking at the parking gate chart, gonna be Golf 10. FMC message, drag required. Yeah, okay. They want us to fly a speed of 280 here, huh? Then again, there's no traffic, so why even bother? Seatbelts coming on. Okay, well, to continue with the briefing. Arriving with 25.3, the minimum diversion fuel is 14. So we got about 10,000 on top. Now, how much is that? How long can you fly on that? Well, if 7.3 is half an hour, then I'd say we have about 40 minutes extra fuel here. Should be easy going. 40 minutes extra. Okay, any questions? No? Excellent. In that case, descent checklist, please. Yeah, drag required, you said that already. Recall, checked, notes, checked, auto brake, 2, landing data, VREV, 144, minimums 213, set left, set right, approach briefing, completed, descent checklist complete. So, next up we go down towards 14,000. Set QNH. QNH 3006 cross-check, passing 17.6 Sorry, 19.5 now. Checked. Yeah, you don't do VNAV speed, my friend. You just stay right over here. Just keep following that path, please. Looks like we might have to use a little bit of speed brake here. Just to get that speed under control again. So in the real world, I would simply take my hand now to hold the thrust levers in idle, and when I feel that it starts advancing them, that's when I activate VNAV again, and then my speed is nicely back down to where I want it to be. In the sim, well, a little bit hard with holding those thrust levers down. PMDG does simulate that the pilot holds the levers down if you just keep holding F1. But well, can't have everything, huh? Alright. FMC message, drag required. No. I don't want to go speed brake, no speed brake, speed brake, no speed brake. That's not good for passenger comfort. I'll just let the speed increase until it returns to somewhere close to where it reverts to VNAV speed. I believe that's 20 knots above the target, so at 300. So, can we see the Golden Gate coming up? I think it should be over here. But right within the clouds, unfortunately. Captain Nolan, how do you do a magnetic compass deviation check and a gross navigation error check in the 777? Well, the gross navigation error really is a bit too complicated to cover it this late in the flight. But there is an easy version for it. And the easy version simply goes like this. ANP 0.06, problem solved. You can also use the position page over here, like when you do that, you can see over here, San Francisco VOR, the raw data points over there, and the calculated data points over there as well. Obviously our IRS position, that has drifted a bit. You can see that over here, like 5 nautical miles off right now. But that's expected after a flight like this. I've seen IRS drifts up to 20 nautical miles, to be honest, so I'm not at all worried about that. As long as we have GPS, don't need to worry. Okay, let's get rid of that. So, anything of the Golden Gate down there? Right within the clouds. Unbelievable. And Heavy Metal Pilot, are we using Active Sky or the in-house weather engine? We're using the in-house engine. Ah, there the bridge comes into sight. Here it is, the Golden Gate. Not the best view we ever had on the bridge, but sure enough, better than nothing, huh? Okay then, approaching 11, and if we remember the track of the real airplane on Flight Radar, I'd say we probably just go to the left now, 090, going to a nice downwind here. And then just continue the descent, say 5,000. Level change, speed 250 is good. Okay, extend the center line, please. So that's going to be C-pin 284. Here we go. Approach checklist. Altimeters, QNH 3006. Set left, set right, approach checklist complete. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. So, we are on 122.8. There is no ATC online at the moment in San Francisco, it seems. So, well. It will be a Honeycomb landing then. One guy coming in over there. We'll probably sort ourselves in behind him. Seems like a southwest over there from Las Vegas. There is another one, I believe a Frontier behind him as well. We'll have to see, maybe we can get in. Yeah, not really, yeah. That guy is I'm trying to judge the distance right now. We are a beam C-pin, 10 miles to run, then he is basically over there as well. And with his colleague being right behind him, we might just fit ourselves into the middle or go behind them all. Well, I think the easiest option is to go behind them. San Francisco traffic, United 5 on heavy, right and downwind from a 28 right. Oh yeah, and of course they have the CTAF trial. Good call, chat. That's gonna be 1205. San Francisco traffic, United 5 now heavy, right and downwind 28 right, and we'll go in behind the other traffic. Okay, well, we don't get an answer here as well, it seems, so looks like it did not make much of a difference. So, that's... well, if that guy flying a decent speed, he'll cross a beam us in 10 miles, so... in about 10 miles we can turn final. I'll just let the plane descend in idle and level change for now then. So, what's that down there? American, it seems? The question is, that's 10 miles in between the two. If that's a 737 in the front at Southwest, then we could just fit in between the two. But... well, let's see if we can reach these guys in on the frequency. The Frontier about 25 miles from San Francisco from United 59. Are you on frequency? Of course he doesn't reply, yeah?
San Francisco traffic Southwest 5564 on a 16 mile final runway to rate 5. Correction, 700.
Southwest, are you in contact with the Frontier behind you that's also going into San Francisco?
Yeah, with us.
Could you ask him to come up on frequency?
I will do it. Just a sec.
Okay, the terrain gets more important right now.
San Francisco traffic, United 384 taking off runway 1 right. San Francisco.
Gotta make sure that we don't go into those hills over there. And on the other hand side, we gotta coordinate the speed of the guys in front of us together with our speed. So that's gonna be the second interesting thing for us there. So, terrain up to 4,000. Gotta make sure that we don't crash into that stuff.
Traffic, get by following takeoff before arrival PM.
I tell you what, we gotta level off in 4,000 over here and start the right-hand turn now, otherwise we're getting too close to the terrain. So that's gonna be heading 180, and then we'll start the deceleration here. We still don't have contact with that frontier. 5 miles in front of us now.
Yeah,
So
you should be on the frequency now if you have anything that you need to ask them.
thanks, Frontier into San Francisco from United 59.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your speed?
250.
Thanks, can you advise us when you start reducing, please?
Wicko.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. So, if he maintains 250, then we can also just start turning inbound. 5 miles should be more than we need. Yeah, Aviator, beautiful terrain though. I didn't get to see a single glimpse of it. Yeah, I do agree. It is a beautiful terrain. It definitely is.
San Francisco traffic almost 55, 64. It's now 6 miles out.
Okay,
90.
flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Just gotta keep some good distance here from these guys. And we'll just intercept the glide out of 4,000, and we don't have to worry about all those hills around here.
Frontier 4157 into 28 right, San Francisco, reducing speed to 109 knots.
Thanks. Okay, he's going down towards 210. That means we're good at where we are right now.
Wind 1,600 and climbing. Final call, San Francisco.
Okay, heading 250, looking good. And India Golf Whiskey Quebec is correct. Alright, excellent. In that case... No, not you, but you. Localize around. Quick check to make sure that we did the approach checklist. Yes, we did. Alright, he's 7 miles in front of us. That should not be a problem at all. We do have 10 knots of tailwind. Well, once the glide slope starts coming alive, then we can start to... then we can start reducing. The speed brake is so effective, we don't even need to worry about it. What I am worried about, though, is that we don't have a glide slope here. Okay, localizer capture. Let's do vertical speed minus 1,000. Alright, here it comes. Glide slope alive. Okay, flap 5. Approach round.
San Francisco traffic, Frontier flight 4157 passing Exmo for clear right.
San Francisco United 59 Heavy, 15 miles to it right, speed 180.
Traffic.
Is that Vatsam traffic or is it not? If it's not, I'm just gonna ignore him. No, it's not what's in traffic. In that case, FS traffic, thanks, remove. Nice look capture. Go around altitude 3000 set. Alright. Should be about 5 miles by the time that he touches down. Manual flight.
Time for traffic, Southwest 5564 is clear of 28 right, crossing 28 left at Echo.
Just wonderful. No control inputs required at all. The plane keeps going where you pointed it. That's how I love my 777.
2500.
Okay, gear down, flaps 20.
And San Francisco traffic, Southwest 5564, Bravo left via Alpha Yankee.
Flaps 30. VRF +5 is set. Landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. Pitching a bit too high here. Don't want to level the plane off. Here we go. Keep it descending. So the cloud base was forecast at 1300. That seems pretty accurate. With few clouds a little bit lower. Very good.
San Francisco traffic, Southwest 40 correction, 4157 vacated to a right.
Thank you very much. United 5 knots heavy, 5 miles final to 8 right. Beautiful. Okay then, back inside, let's go ahead and land that baby. So, gotta make that a good one, huh? Track, all stabilized. I just love how stable the airplane is. So easy to fly. Even though it's such a heavy aircraft, but so easy to fly. PMDG and Boeing did an awesome job with that. Minimum, continue.
$50, $30, $10.
So, speed brake up, thrust goes normal. Used up a little bit of runway there, but that's fine. Idle reverse. So, that's the first exit, the one we said we couldn't catch anyway. And there comes the second one. Not this one, but the next one. That's what we wanted to take. Manual brakes. Auto brake. San Francisco, United 59 Heavy, vacating to 8 right, crossing to 8 left, taxiing the Golf 10. Alright, we'll stand by for the APU, the lights remain on for now. Was no other traffic reported, and I sure enough can't see anyone. Not that I would theoretically even be able to see anyone here. Okay, crossing to 8 left. Now we know it's clear. Not that it will help anyone anymore. Okay, clear left and clear right. So Golf 10 straight out over there. Looking good. So weather radar is off already. Need about 2 minutes of APU runtime, so tell you what, let's turn it on now. Okay, off to the right, and then let's see if we can prepare GSX over here. Golf 10, too small, yeah, I doubt it. Handling by United. Alright. Now, a couple of you asked earlier during the flight, didn't have the opportunity to answer it there. Of course it is Flightbeam San Francisco. One of the best airports available in the entire simulator at the moment, isn't it? It's really, Flightbeam is... I don't want to say my favorite developer, because I don't really want to decide, but Flightbeam absolutely is among my top favorite developers. They are just awesome. And look at that, even more 777 standing over there. I wonder where those come from. Okay, so next left, then to the right, into the gate. Actually, Golf 10 is over here, isn't it? Well, then we wanted to take the one to the left, I do remember that, so that's actually going to be Golf... what's that, 8? Golf 9, okay. So I selected the wrong gate. In that case, change facility, Golf 9. On this one, however, I am absolutely sure that it is not too small. So, handling by United. Lights going off. So, just got to be sure that we don't accidentally stop now. Would need a lot of thrust to get it moving in a turn. But I think this is looking good. So, there is no marshal law it seems, and no guidance system. Okay, well. 777-300, yeah, I can see it. 777 is just over there, so we park on that spot here. Definitely no guidance. Okay. And stop. That should probably be it, I hope. Okay, park and brake set, APU running. Number 1. Number 2. Cabin crew, all doors in park.
San Francisco traffic in M605 over at San Francisco, be aware for vectors IDS.
Alright, back to General Unicom over here. And then, what do we have left here? You go off. You, and you. Shutdown checklist. Park and brake, set. Shutdown checklist complete. Alright, so, ground operations. Set the chocks. Well, we are gonna use jetways this time. Jetway request, ground power request. Good, the jetway is docking over there. Okay, so, trucks in position, you can release the parking brake, please. Brake released. Yeah, Flight ground. Hi, Flight here. So, welcome to San Francisco. Trucks in position, ground power is connected and available. We'll deboard through 2 left, and how's the airplane? Okay, thank you very much. So, that airplane is in a good shape, don't touch it, and thank you very much. See you up here in a few moments. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the entire deboarding process here. So all those messages are expected. We did tell them to disarm the slides. Okay, 2 left in use. Ground units. We need cargo, cargo, and cargo. Well, and perhaps some maintenance van as well. Well, and since we only have the aft jetway, we might as well use the stairs on 1 left, please. Okay, guys, so welcome to San Francisco, everyone. Now, with pretty much everything done over here, the deboarding would start now, and then we can go ahead and just do our shutdown stuff. So once our passengers are from board, I'm gonna turn all that good stuff off. Secure checklist, please. Packs off. Secure checklist complete. Alright then, let's take a little seat somewhere in business class and do a little debriefing of our flight and see what we like there. Okay, so normally after every flight you would do a debriefing with your cabin crew, and well, what's nicer than a couple business class seats than in order to do such a debriefing? Well, obviously the crew bus is, but anyway. So, how did everyone like the flight? That's the question we'd be asking to the cabin crew now. And well, what can we say? So, it was a little bit turbulent in the beginning, especially on our departure, but we arrived early enough. We arrived more than early enough prior to the schedule. Scheduled on block is 2300. We came on at about 2245, 2250-ish. So that is excellent. Had a good approach, had a good landing. I tend to say that, well, getting this gentleman onto Honeycomb, well, once we had him there, and by the way, thank you very much for the CTAF reminder, guys. Yeah, once we had the Frontier on Honeycomb, we could nicely coordinate our speed with him. We kept our separation nicely behind him, had a good landing, easy taxi to the gate, and I tend to say that's it for our debrief here. So now the question to you guys, did you like this kind of stream? Did you like doing that long haul using time acceleration over here and discussing all that stuff en route? Is that a format that you guys would like to see me repeat? Well, and now I'm gonna wait for the answers. It's delay of about 30 seconds between what I'm doing over here and what you guys get to hear on YouTube. But okay, I do get a lot of positive feedback there, so keep the feedback coming, guys. That's really what keeps it going. Now, for the next one, we'll probably go somewhere over land then, so haven't quite decided on a route yet, but I tend to say this one was quite nice, so I'm sure we can come up with something. So, well, I see. You guys were pretty happy with that. G Walker, hi, nice to see you here. And need a USA to Japan flight. Be boring, just all water. Okay, so That's a lot of very good suggestions down there. We'll think about them. And, well, with all of that, all I can say is thank you so much for watching, everyone. Do hope that you enjoyed these flights. Your feedback is very much appreciated. In the meantime, be sure to like, comment and subscribe. And finally, a little self-advert over here. My ebook is in its final stages of getting written. I guess, well, a couple more days, then I'll definitely have it done. And thereafter, it's just going to be checking, and then my 777 ebook is going to be out for you guys. So thank you very much for watching. I see you all again on the next one. And in the meantime, all I can say is thank you for flying along, see you all again on the next one, and have a wonderful European Championship final coming up in hopefully, well, not too long. I think we just about landed on time that I can cook myself some dinner before watching the football championship. So, thank you everyone. See you all on the next one, and in the meantime, well, like, comment, subscribe. We had that part, did we? Enjoy your weekend.